Okay, good morning. My name is Councillor Jennifer McKelvey. I am Chair of Scarborough Community Council and will be chairing today's meeting, which is also the last of term. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'll call meeting 32 to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held with members of council and city staff participating by both video conference and in person at the Scarborough Civic Centre in the council chambers. The Scarborough Civic Centre is open to the public and anyone is welcome to attend the meeting in the council chambers today. The public may also participate electronically by video conference. This meeting is also being live streamed at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. The clerk staff have connected remote public speakers to the meeting by video conference, and there are public speakers in the room with us today. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Scarborough Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. I ask everyone for their patience with delays and technical issues. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda material on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff will be available to members in the chamber and remotely if you need help with devices. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hand or unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or speak. I will then create a speakers list and will call on members when it is their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure they turn on their video and raise their hand to indicate their vote. Members, this is a paperless meeting, and I want to remind you that you must still submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at scc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Although we are in different locations and some members are participating remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Seeing none, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our last meeting on May 27th, 2022? Councillor Mantis, all those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. Before we begin the agenda review, I'd like to introduce a petition which I ask the clerk's staff to display on the screen. I will move a procedural motion that the Scarborough Community Council refer the petition titled Closure Plaza Driveway Traffic Lights with over 1,172 signatures to the Director of Project Design and Management of Transportation Services. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. I understand from the clerk that we have new business items. Can I please ask members to introduce their items and move a motion to add it to the agenda? So up first, Councillor Thompson. Establishing community safety zones on Treewood Street and Broccoli Road.
My letter. Yes, of course. Thank you.
We'll just Okay, all those in favor of introducing? All those opposed? That item is introduced. The next one is in my ward. It's authorization to enter into an agreement with Parks Canada and to install a pedestrian crossover in the Rouge National Urban Park. Okay, so we're just voting to introduce this item. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. The next one is in my ward as well, SC 33.6, road safety on Port Union Road. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. The next one is Councillor Mantis, Huntingwood Kittery pedestrian crossover.
To authorize the installation of a pedestrian crossover on Huntingwood Drive at Kittery Boulevard.
Okay, Councillor Mantis is introducing that item. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item is introduced. Those items should now be displayed, and we will come back to them at the end of the agenda rundown. Okay, so we have a lot of timed items, so rather than reading each of the timed ones, I'm going to just quickly mention that they'll be held until their times. So So the following items are held for 9:45. 33-1, 33-2, 33-3, 33-4, 33-5, 33-6 is held for 9:30. That will be our first item. 33-7 is held for 9:45. 33-8, 9:45. 33-9, 9:45. 33-10, 9:45. 11 and 12 are also both held for 9:45. So those are all held until that prospective time. That brings us to SC 33.13. Councillor Ainsley.
Morning, Madam Chair. I will move the recommendations.
Okay, Councillor Ainsley is moving staff recommendations. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3314, 670, 680, and 690 Progress Avenue Official Plan and Zoning Amendment Applications. Request for directions. Councillor Ainsley.
I'm moving the staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3315, 100 Eglinton Square Official Plan and Zoning Application Preliminary Report. Councillor Crawford.
I can move staff recommendations.
Okay, Councillor Crawford's moving staff recommendations. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Oh, Councillor Crawford,
Yep, you're
okay.
right. There's a technical amendment. I apologize. Staff have given me, so if I could move the amendment first.
Okay, so first we'll reopen. All those in favor? Okay, great. Councillor
Thank you for the
Crawford's
catch.
moving motion. Okay. All those in favor?
Yeah, that's for the.
All those in favor of
Thank
the
you.
amendment? All those in favor of the item as amended? That item carries. SC 3316, 708 to 712 Kennedy Road Zoning Amendment Application Preliminary Report, Ward 20. Councillor Crawford?
Yeah, I have an amendment for that to expand notification to 300 meters.
Okay, Councillor Crawford is moving the following amendment. All those in favor? All those opposed? The amendment carries. All those in favor and the item is amended? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3317, 963 to 967 Pharmacy Avenue, 1151 Markham Road Zoning Amendment Application Preliminary Report, Ward 23. No deputations on this item. Councillor Ainsley?
I'm moving the recommendations.
All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3321, 1215 to 1255 McCown Road Zoning Amendment Application Preliminary Report. Councillor Ainsley. No deputations on this item.
Moving.
You're moving staff recommendations?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. SC 3322, 875 Morningside Avenue Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application Preliminary Report. No deputations. This is in Ward 25. I'm happy to move staff recommendations. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3323, 14 Scottswood Road, inclusion of the City of Toronto's Heritage Register. No deputations. Deputy Mayor Thompson?
I'd like to move the recommendation and just to say thanks to the Heritage staff and thank you to members of the community who have sought fit to ensure that we protect the heritage of this particular institution in the community, which is a church. Thank you, Madam.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor is moving SC 3323. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3324, naming of a proposed private street for development at 165 Tapscott Road. This is in Councillor Lai's ward. I'm happy to move that recommendation. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3325, Toronto Cycling Network Plan, what's next in Scarborough. There will be a 10 to 15-minute presentation on this. It will be the first item after the timed items have all passed. SC 3326, Metrolink Scarborough Subway Extension, long-term road closures, emergency exit buildings at Scarborough Centre Station. There is one deputation, so I will hold this. SC 3327, Always Stop Control at Brooklawn Avenue and Barkdean Hills, Ward 20. No deputations. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment to remove the word "not" from the recommendations. Okay. Councillor Crawford is moving this amendment. All those in favor?
All those opposed? The amendment carries. All those in favor of the item as amended? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3328, All-Way Stop Control, Scioli Road and Eastville Avenue. Councillor Crawford.
Similar to the last motion, I have an amendment to remove the word not.
Okay, Councillor Crawford is moving this amendment. All those in favor? All those opposed to the amendment? That carries. All those in favor of the item as amended? All opposed? That item carries. SC 3329, All-Way Stop Control, Gulf Haven Drive and Parr Avenue. No deputations. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment to remove the word not from the recommendation.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? The amendment carries. All those in favor of the item as amended? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3330, All-Way Stop Control, Euclid Avenue and Scarborough Avenue. This is Ward 25. I'm moving staff recommendations. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3331, traffic calming on Invergordon Avenue. I'm prepared to move staff recommendations on behalf of Councillor Lai. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3332, traffic calming on Cedar Drive. We have 3 deputations. I will hold. SC 3333, traffic calming on Dormington Avenue, Ward 24. No deputations. Councillor Ainsley.
I have an amendment to the recommendation, Madam Chair.
Okay, all those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? The amendment carries. All those in favor of the item as amended? All those opposed? The item carries. SC 3334, traffic calming Gatesview Avenue. No deputations. Councillor Ainsley.
I have an amendment, Madam Chair, to remove the word not from the recommendation.
Okay, all those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? All those in favor of the item as amended? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3335, traffic calming Pegasus Trail. There are no deputations. Councillor Ainsley.
I have an amendment, Madam Chair, to remove the word not from the recommendation.
Okay, all those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? That item the amendment carries. All those in favor of the item as amended? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3336, traffic calming speed humps Keeler Boulevard. I will hold as there is 1 deputation. SC 3337, traffic calming Euclid Avenue. I will move staff recommendations as it's in Ward 25. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3338, traffic control signals Nielsen Avenue and Oak Meadow Boulevard. There is 1 deputation. I will hold. SC 3339, traffic control signal Steeles Avenue East and Reeser Road. No deputations. I will move as it is in Ward 25. All those, staff recommendations. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3340, pedestrian crossing protection, Scioli Road and Dorset Road. No deputations. Councillor Crawford.
Again, I have an amendment to replace or take the word not out.
Okay, all those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? The amendment carries. All those in favor of the item as amended? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3341, permanent closure of a portion of Borough Drive between Triton Road and Progress Avenue. No deputations. Deputy Mayor Thompson.
I'll move the staff recommendation, Madam Chair.
Okay, Deputy Mayor is moving staff recommendations 3341. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3342, parking amendments, Birkdale Road. Deputy Mayor Thompson.
I'll move the staff recommendations, Madam Chair.
Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3343, parking amendments, Buchanan Road. Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Again, I'll move the staff recommendations, Madam Chair.
Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3344, introduction of overnight on-street parking, De Jong Street and Conyer Terrace. Deputy Mayor Thompson.
I'd move the staff recommendations, Madam Chair. However, I'd like to ask for a recorded vote.
Okay, Deputy Mayor is asking for a recorded vote on 3344. Pass it to the clerks.
This is a recorded vote. All those in favor? Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Mantas, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Crawford. That carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. SC 3345, dedication of public highway of 0.3 meter wide strip of land along the frontage of 158 Borough Drive. Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll move the staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3346, residential demolition application 448, 450, 452, 454 Markham Road Avenue. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a recommendation. I'm moving recommend number 3, approving the application to demolish the residential building at 448, 450, 452, 454 Markham Road with conditions that are on the screen.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3347, residential demolition 486 Midland Avenue. Councillor Crawford.
I have an amendment, or I can move, I think, number 3, which is to demolish with the conditions.
Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3348, construction staging area, 4569 Kingston Road. This is in Ward 25. I'll move staff recommendations. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3349, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880, fire routes 3320 to 3330 Midland Avenue, Ward 22. Councillor Mantas.
I would like to move staff recommendations, Madam Chair.
Okay, Councillor Mantas moving staff recommendations. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3350, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880, fire routes 520 Ellesmere Road. Deputy Mayor Thompson.
I'll move the staff recommendations, Madam Chair.
Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Okay, we're back to timed items again. So SC 3351, number 52, number 55, number 54, number 55. Sorry, did I get that right? 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57. Those are all timed for 10:30, so those will all be held. SC 3358, speed calming, Exford Avenue. Deputy Mayor Thompson.
I'd like to move the item and ask for a recorded vote. In fact, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask for a recorded vote on 59 and 60 in addition, when we get to those.
Okay, so Councillor Thompson is asked for a recorded vote on 58. I'll pass it to the clerk.
All those in favor? Councillor Thompson, Councillor Mantas, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Crawford. All those opposed? Councillor Ainsley, may I have your vote, please? And Councillor Lai, this is a recorded vote on SC 33.58. May I have your vote, please?
Yeah, thank you. My apologies. I have some problem signing on. My vote is in favor.
Okay, that carries unanimously. Recorded vote on SC 33.59. All those in favor, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Mantas, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Crawford. All those opposed, Councillor Lai, can you please state your vote? Councillor Lai, I believe you might be muted if you can turn your sound on.
I'm sorry, in favor.
Councillor Lai is in favor. That carries unanimously.
Okay, SC 3360, speed calming, Portsdown Road. Deputy Mayor is asking for a recorded vote on staff recommendations, correct? Okay.
This is our recorded vote on SC 33.60. All those in favor, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Mantas, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Crawford. All those opposed, and Councillor Lai, may I have your vote verbally, please?
In favor, please.
Counselor Lai is in favor. That carries unanimously.
Okay, SC 3361 Memorial for Grant. For Grant Faulkner, there is deputations on this item, so we will hold it. Okay, that brings us to the new business, which we may be able to dispense of. So SC 3362, establishing community safety zones on Treewood Street and Broccoli Road in Ward 21.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to move my requests on behalf of the community.
Okay. Councillor Thompson's moving SC 3362. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3363, parking bylaw amendment on Rupert Street, Ward 20.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will move the recommendations, please.
Okay, Councillor Crawford is moving the item. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3364, traffic control signals, Midland Avenue and Ellsworth Avenue. Councillor Crawford.
Again, I'll move the recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3365, authorization to enter into an agreement with Parks Canada to install a pedestrian crossover in Rouge National Urban Park. I will move the recommendations. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3366, road safety on Port Union Road. I will move the recommendations. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3367, Huntingwood Kittery pedestrian crossover, Ward 22.
Madam Chair, I would like to move the recommendation on behalf of our community. Can I have a recorded vote?
Okay, Councillor Mantis has asked for a recorded vote. I'll pass it to the clerk.
This is a recorded vote on SC 33.67. All those in favor, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Mantis, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Lai. That carries unanimously.
Okay, great. That brings us back to the agenda. We have one item that is timed at 9:30. This will be our first order of business. It is, find it here. SC 33.6 Finch Kennedy Smart Track Station. And we have one deputant, Rafe Galley. Do we have Rafe here or online? Okay, we don't have the deputant present, so we can, unless anybody would like to hold this item, would somebody like to move recommendations? Councillor Mantis is moving staff recommendations. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Okay, that brings us to the timed items for 9:45. SC 33.1, 2151 Kingston Road zoning amendment application. There are no deputants. Okay, this is in Ward 20. Councillor Crawford, would you like to hold the item?
Thank you, Madam. Sorry, I can move staff recs, I think.
Yep.
No, I don't think there's any deputants.
Okay. There is a technical amendment?
Oh, yes. Okay, I do. Yeah, technical amendment. Apologize. This is from staff.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? The amendment carries. All those in favor of the item as amended? All those opposed? That item carries. Okay, that brings us to SC 33.2, 448 to 454 Markham Road zoning bylaw amendments. Final report. We have one deputant, Craig Hunter. Do we have Craig? Craig,
Yes. Good morning.
thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chair. Chair, members of Community Council, thank you very much. I know you got a busy agenda. My name is Craig Hunter. I'm the planning consultant on behalf of the owner. As many of you will know, in Soho, this is an Soho related company, a ground related low-rise townhome development, which Council has supported in other situations in Scarborough on many occasions and successfully implemented by Ron Herzig and his team. We are here today in support of staff's recommendations. We'd like to take this opportunity to thank senior city staff, particularly city planning, and notably Rod Hines. Rod inherited this project later in the spring of this year and had worked very considerately and timely to bring this report forward to you, which is appreciated. Thank you very much. I'd be available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the deputants? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Are there any questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, any speakers on this item? Councillor Ainsley.
Madam Chair, it's Councillor Ainsley. I'll move the recommendations.
Okay, Councillor Ainsley's moving staff recommendations. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. That brings us to SC 33-3, 25 Borough Drive Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Final Report. We have one speaker, Craig Lametti. Craig Lametti. Do you have Craig online?
Thank you, Chair, members of Community Council. I just want to thank you for your consideration of this official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 25 Borough Drive. I think as described in the staff report, we've been working collaboratively with the city since 2019 on this important opportunity, which we think will deliver the first phase of the Scarborough Town Centre Master Plan and also the emerging directions of the Our Scarborough Centre Planning Study. The proposal represents an exciting first step in the transformation of the Scarborough Town Centre into a vibrant community with a mix of retail, commercial, residential, and community uses, complemented by a real diverse network of parks and open spaces. We're confident that the proposal will also contribute to creating a complete community in Scarborough Centre by delivering on a number of benefits, including the intensification of an important transit node within a growing centre, creation of significant new purpose-built rental housing with the integration of family-oriented units and amenities to expand the diversity of the local housing stock. It includes 64 affordable housing units, 3,000 square meters of open space in the form of new public parkland, mid-block connections designed to contribute to the city's emerging vision for the broader centre, and about 1,600 square meters of street-facing retail, and all the sort of streetscape improvements that come along with that. We do recognize that some concerns are raised in a letter by Mondelez Canada Inc., dated June 27, 2022. The proposed project was subject to the city's peer review process for air quality and noise, which concluded the development was compatible with surrounding uses, subject to the incorporation of mitigation measures that will be reviewed as part of the site plan approval, as well as warning clauses for future tenants and building occupants. Oxford has been proactive in discussion with Mondelez and has understood that both parties will work collaboratively between now and July Council to align on those issues, particularly on air quality mitigation, so that both parties are satisfied with that. And as such, we are in support of staff's recommendations. We really want to thank staff for their collaborative work on this and for their help moving this through, and really appreciate your consideration of this application. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Lametti. Can you perhaps just unpack for us a little bit the concerns that Mondelez have, and also just a little bit more details with respect to the approach in resolving those concerns, as you've just described, that the matter is going to come to council, and it is the hope and anticipation that the concerns that Mondelez has will be resolved at that point, or in fact, can you tell me whether or not those concerns have in fact been resolved?
I would say that the concerns raised were related to odor and just concern for future residents and complaints related to that. We have been coordinating with the adjacent sort of industries adjacent to them as well on this. We've come to a good resolution with all of them as it relates to the mitigation factors. I think this is just really an issue of coordination with Mondelez on this so that we can come to a resolution. We've been reaching out to them, and I think there's good positive direction on that, and we're pretty comfortable that we're going to be able to sort of address those through the site plan.
Has there been any discussions with the Ministry of Environment on the issue with respect to odors? I mean, it's a sweet odor, I understand, but nonetheless, it's an odor.
Well, through the approval, we've gone through a broad range of environmental studies that have kind of helped sort of examine the various issues. I can't recall off the top if we've dealt with the Ministry of Environment on this, but we have received sign-off and from the city's peer review process on air quality and noise. So we're very comfortable with where the proposal sits. And again, our discussions with Mondelez so far have been pretty positive. So we just think we need to lock down a few details in site plan.
Fair enough. Can you tell me then, with respect to the road realignment, what exactly is the situation? Is there an agreement with CREB on how that closure is going to, I guess it will impact your site in a positive way, but also have an impact on the new road that will be put in place? I'm just wondering, are you happy with respect to the process and the negotiation that's transpired so far?
I think it's been a series of good kind of dialogue and discussion around the road closure. I think everyone's in agreement. This is a win-win. This is helping to deliver on Scarborough Centre, the emerging vision for Scarborough Centre, and at the same time will provide a good address for 25 Borough Drive. And the latest understanding of that is that everyone's happy. We seem to have resolved the cross-section issues, and we're satisfied with where things have ended up.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions for the deputants? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Are there any questions of staff?
Yeah, just a quick question for Ms. Dines, if she's here or she's online. I'm not sure if she is. Through you to Ms. Dines. With respect to the road realignment, can you just comment on that as to the status and just give us an update on where we are on that, please, Ms. Dines?
Certainly, through you, Madam Chair. It has been a lengthy negotiation with a variety of internal city divisions, but in the last several months, we have been meeting regularly with our friends in CREM, and there is an agreement that is underway and being drafted. It's been going back and forth between city real estate and Oxford, and my understanding is that pretty much everything has been resolved, and the land exchange will benefit the city tremendously by implementing the street network that's envisioned for Scarborough Centre.
And just a final question to you, just an overall comment with respect to Mr. Lametti has indicated that this is sort of that first step with respect to creating this complete community and the transition of change that's going to take place with respect to the Scarborough Town Centre, which is a institution in Scarborough. I'm just wondering if you could comment in terms of providing some degree of clarity at what it means with respect to this first step and its excitement with respect to creating this complete community.
Through you, Madam Chair, this is actually a very exciting project, and it's the first of many that we expect coming forward from Oxford Properties that owns all of the Scarborough Town Centre lands. They're probably the major landowner in Scarborough Centre. And as many of you know, we are in the last phase of a 4-phase study for Scarborough Centre that's looking at updating the official plan and providing guidance for future development in Scarborough Centre. And I can also say that the proposed master plan for Scarborough Town Centre is the largest mall redevelopment in Scarborough. They're looking at over a number of years, many years, upwards of over 15,000 new residential dwelling units. And as part of that process and working with us through this application as well as the study, we're looking at embarking upon a complete community in this growing center, and that includes new parks and open spaces, new street connections, affordable housing, community uses, and so much more. So this really is an exciting project and the first of many more to come, not just for the Oxford lands, but for all of Scarborough Centre.
Thank you very much, Ms. Steins. Madam Chair, those are all my questions of staff.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions of staff? Move to speakers. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I have a motion to make some changes with respect to the recommendations that are in the report. And before I speak to the motion, I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank Ms. Steins for her amazing work and her professionalism and so on. I want to thank Mr. Lametti and his team with respect to the ongoing conversations and discussions that we've had over the last 3 years on this amazing opportunity for our community. Ms. Stein spoke about, the work that's actually being done with respect to the master plan and the study and the work that Oxford and the visioning that they have for this area and this community. And I think it is just absolutely amazing for the community. I know that there are some stress points, but those stress points we'll be looking at and reviewing and addressing those issues as it relates to the challenges that we always have with new development and concerns around traffic, people, and so on. But, there's a lot of exciting things happening in our area here. So the motion really is to make some adjustments with respect to the allocation of dollar sums. We are generating some $6 million from Section 37 benefits and so on. And so some of the funds are going to be utilized in really constructive ways. Of a $2 million amount will be allocated to what is called future capital upgrades for recreation and cultural and community agency space. And what we have in mind there is to create a tech hub for young people in Scarborough. And we have a location potentially that we're working on with our EDC staff and others, as well as our SDFA staff, to create some opportunities for our young people to create jobs and to create an environment where people can live, work, and play, not necessarily have to go downtown in order to find jobs and so on. We're allocating some funds as well to David and Mary Thompson to create some improvements there, as well as a number of other initiatives that we are putting funding towards. So it's extremely important in terms of what we're doing. And the other piece of it, Madam Chair, which I think is exciting because now we have the GO loops, and the GO buses are going to be on the west side as opposed to the east side of Borough Drive, create huge opportunity in terms of access into the mall. There's been a lot of discussions going on there, and I'm really happy with respect to how it's all aligning and so on. It's great benefits, great opportunities for our area, and then it's going to improve the overall landscape. Ms. Stein spoke about the sort of visioning and the approaches that are being taken with respect to the Civic Center, and combination of the town center, because we have to look at it in its entirety. There's a lot of amazing things that are taking place here. So I'm really excited. And the final comment I wanted to make is that finally we are focusing on purpose-built rental. And as you've heard from Mr. Lametti, there are 64 affordable housing rental units as part of this particular development. And I think that's really good news because we have to create opportunities for our frontline workers and people who are in need of housing, and that we rely on their services to ensure that this city works, overall safety for the city, and just the overall benefit to ensure we have that atmosphere where people can feel comfortable of working and living in this city of Toronto. It is expensive, and we're trying to address that right here in the heart of Scarborough. So this was a vision many, many years ago, before probably most of us were born, that this area here would be the center of Scarborough, our downtown, and it is really coming together now. And I'm really excited to associate myself with Ms. Dines, Mr. Lametti, and all members of council and the community as a whole as we create this wonderful vision for this area, to create opportunities for our young people, to create opportunities for our seniors and so on, and all the residents who are here. So when you think about the future here, when you look at the piazzas and other things that will be here, tremendous opportunity for people to be able to network, wayfinding, all of these things will be improved as it relates from the Hand of God Park, the Frank Faubert Woodlot, and so on. All of these elements will be connected. New traffic implementation will be in place so that we create this complete community, walkable, cycling, and so on will be all part of this enhanced benefits that will come to our community. And so I'd like to thank everyone involved. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any additional speakers on this item? Okay. Okay, we'll vote on the amendment first. All those in favor? All those opposed? The amendment carries. All those in favor of the item as amended? All those opposed? That item carries. Okay, I am going to suggest a couple housekeeping. We can release now items that were timed for 9:30 that have no deputants. So 33.9, 5 Corporate Drive, official plan amendment, final report. Councillor Ainsley, would you like to hold this item or move it?
No, I can move the recommendations, Madam Chair.
Okay, so Councillor Ainsley's moving 33.9, 5 Corporate Drive. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Likewise, I can move SC 33.1, 1050 Military Trail, 40 Pan Am Drive zoning bylaw amendment application, as there's no speakers on this item either. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Councillor Lai had some problems logging on at the beginning of the meeting, and I moved item 3320.
Monday.
Councillor Ainsley.
Ainsley, you're not muted. Councillor Ainsley.
You need to mute. Just.
I know. I think he's muted now. Okay. Councillor Lai was, not able to log on at the beginning of the meeting. So she would like to reopen 3324. Can I just move reopening of that? All those in favor? All those opposed? That item is reopened. So we will deal with that in due time as well. Okay, great. So back to the timed items. SC 33.4, 1910 Eglinton Avenue East official plan and zoning bylaw amendment final report. We have one speaker, David Riley. Do we have David in the room or online?
Hello, Madam Chair and members of Community Council.
Hello, you have 5 minutes.
David Thank you. So good morning. My name is David Riley from SGL Planning and Design. I represent the owner of 1910 Eglinton Avenue East, Yorkville Holdings. I just want to speak very briefly this morning to thank staff for all their hard work on this file. And, we've had many meetings and discussions with staff over the past couple of years, up until last week. And in particular, I really want to thank Olivia Antonell, the planner on this file, for her attention and assistance as we've worked through this process to get to where we are today. We're quite pleased with what we've been able to achieve here with the applications before you, and we think this is an exciting step forward for Golden Mile. So I just want to confirm that we are in support of staff's recommendations as outlined in the staff report. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers on the side. Oh, questions of staff, Deputy Mayor.
It's a trick question, I think. I just wanted to know whether or not staff are absolutely confident and happy with respect to the proposal that's in front of us, whether or not there is any apprehension or concerns that they have, specifically with respect to the road issue.
Deputy Mayor, through your clerks, I could just jump in quickly. It's Ren McAshby here, and I could say that this application has been thoroughly vetted. The number of divisions have commented on this file, and we have every confidence and very comfortable with the staff recommendations.
Thank you very much. I needed to hear that.
Okay. Any additional questions on this item? Speakers on this item, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks. I do have a motion, Madam Chair, on this item. One of staff can just put that up. It's a technical motion from staff, an adjustment with respect to square meters on the roadway, the issue in the north side of Eglinton. And so I'm just moving that on behalf of staff. And I wanted just to thank everyone, obviously the representative for the landowner and our amazing staff with respect to dealing with the Golden Mile. The Golden Mile is a very complicated a series of planning applications in terms of the variety of owners along the Golden Mile on the north side, and I know Councillor Crawford's on the south side. But what we have regrettably found is that we have not had the standard community meetings that residents are accustomed to, and part of the reason for that is that pretty well all of those applications along the Golden Mile, we know we have a crosstown coming in place very soon, and for some not soon enough. But essentially all those applications, they were all appealed. And so as a result of the appeal, it then restricted our ability to have public meetings on essentially these lands. And as a result, there has been a tremendous amount of work with respect to our staff dealing with, and my office dealing with the various applications. And it's all been really good work. It's just been rather different. And I made these comments, Madam Chair, because a number of residents have asked me, well, why were there no community meetings and so on? So that is essentially the rationale for that. But I could also tell you that what is actually happening here is that there will be in the next 10, 15 years or 20 years or so, another essentially almost 50,000 people living between Victoria Park and Birchmount Road. And accommodations are being made for that new influx of people living in the area. One of the things that I'm extremely excited about is a brand new community recreation center. A CRC will be built, and it's going to be a massive facility there. And we see, as part of the recommendations here, there are contributions from this development that will actually all, connect to the portfolio envelope that will actually create the investment to create opportunities for this area. We know that there's also $1 million worth of funds that will be contributed for affordable housing, which is something that is necessary. It's needed in this city as we accommodate and welcome 70,000 plus new people in the city every year. So that growth over time is going to bring us to, in the next number of years, almost another 1 million people living in the city. So this application, this, application takes into consideration that future growth and future development. And so we are looking at that. And then finally, the contribution to public art, which I think is really essential to ensure that there is a vibrancy that will actually exist in the community, and the road networks and so on that we've been working on for this area. So I move the amendment on behalf of staff, and I fully support the application that is in front of us because I think it is in the best interest. It's good for the community. It's good for Toronto. And many of the concerns that we would normally take into consideration as part of the wider public meetings and so on have been dealt with as part of this process. And there was an opportunity for the public to be here this morning. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. We'll vote first on the amendment. All those in favor? All those opposed? The amendment carries. All those on the item as amended? All in favor? All opposed? That item carries. That brings us to 33.5, 30 Gilder Drive zoning amendment final report. We have one speaker, David McKay. David, are you in line? You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of committee. My name is David McKay. I'm a registered professional planner with MHBC, and I represent the proponent. I just wish to thank Deputy Mayor Thompson for his leadership in bringing this important project forward. The project is for a purpose-built rental development, which includes 58 affordable housing units. We're very happy with staff recommending approval, and I'd like to thank Paul Zuliani for his leadership, as well as other staff, including Jeffrey Sinclair, Rod Hines, who came in at the last minute to make sure we made this meeting. as well as Renrick Ashby for pushing this through and getting this important project approved. We really appreciate their hard work and efforts, and request approval as recommended by staff. Be happy to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions to the deputant, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Through you to Mr. McKay. Mr. McKay, can you maybe just describe the subject property and, tell us what was there or what was not there, and the rationale and the approach with respect to the consideration and collaboration between the building that is to the east?
Yes, so the existing site is a 14-story apartment building, slab apartment building built in the 60s or 70s. I can't remember exactly when it was built. It's situated on the eastern portion of the property. That left a fair amount of open space on the west side of the property. And so our client looked at that property and that intensification potential to allow for this building to occur in a point tower configuration. It provides for appropriate separation distance between the tower component and the existing building, as well as surrounding land uses to the west. There is more than sufficient separation distance as well. As part of the proposal, we are incorporating new amenity features that will be shared with the existing building, as well as upgrades to that, several upgrades to the existing building in terms of amenities for the residents, as well as obviously shared parking and shared outdoor amenity spaces. So we are confident that this is an appropriate development that will fit within the community and provide much needed housing, as I said, including the 58 affordable housing units. And we will be working with staff just to refine the bylaw before July Council to make sure that this project can move forward as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much.
Anything else, Councillor? I'd be happy to answer any questions.
No, those are all the questions I had for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions of deputant? Okay, seeing none, questions of staff?
Just a quick one for me. Thanks. Through you, Madam Chair, to staff, can someone just describe the area where this particular development is being proposed? I know Mr. McKay has given us a bit of an overview, but it seems to me that with respect to this application, this area is going to get an infusion of not only a new structure, but an integration between the old building where there was not many or much amenities to something that's more integrated. So I wonder if you can comment on that for me, please.
Through the chair, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Staff are preparing the graphics and we'll be putting them on the screen momentarily.
Okay, great.
Madam Chair, it's Rod Hines here. If I could ask through you to clerks, am I able to do a screen share, please?
Through the chair, we will change you to have presenter rights in one moment.
Thank you.
You have presenter rights, Rod Hines, so you can share your screen.
Thank you very much. This is just an overhead, Councillor Thompson, to give you some context on the development site. The existing building, the 14-story rental apartment building on the east portion of the site is indicated by the red highlight. The site backs on to Glen Ravine Park to the north and east, and St. Joan of Arc Catholic Academy to the northwest as well. Gilder Drive itself, which runs east off Midland Avenue and north off Eglinton Avenue, is primarily a medium to higher density residential street. And the development before you today is basically going to fill in that central kind of green space beside the existing building with the proposed new structure. As part of the development application, there has been a lot of discussion on the delivery and implementation of both improvements to the residents or to the building, existing building at 30 Gilder Drive for the benefit of the existing residents, as well as overall a significant improvement in both indoor and outdoor amenity spaces with arrangements to be put in place for more or less the shared use of those amenities between the residents of the new buildings. So there will be benefits to those existing residents and I trust that answers your question, Councillor Thompson.
It does, Mr. Hines. Thank you very much. I really just wanted you to set the table for my remarks. Thank you.
Okay, additional questions of the deputants? Okay, seeing none. Additional questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers on the item. Deputy Mayor.
Madam Chair, I'm really excited about this particular project at 30 Gilder. I'm excited for a number of reasons. One is that we're going to have 192 new rental units in place, which is less than 500 meters, maybe it's around 500-600 meters from the new, transit interchange, if you will, thinking that people can walk there to Kennedy and connect across town and so on, as well as the LRT going across Eglinton in the future. So it creates a great opportunity here. But what is really exciting, though, is that there has been an open space in place at this location for a very long time, an old building that needs refreshing. And there's been collaboration around developing a new building, but at the same time, not in absence with respect to addressing some of the fundamental challenges and shortfall with respect to the old building at Gilder. This development is not only bringing in 192 new affordable units, but it's also looking at transforming the site, landscaping that's going to be much and improve. At the same time, there's going to be a collaborative approach in terms of creating some fundamental adjustment and changes to the old building, creating opportunities for the residents. And I think this is a welcome thing, quite frankly, so that where there is now not the ability and all the amenities in place, the residents will have that amenity and access to those opportunities once the new building is built. And so this has been a long time coming, and it really speaks to the creativity that's taking place with respect to not only our amazing staff team and Mr. Hines and Mr. Ashby, Zuliani, and of course the main planner on the file is Jeffrey Sinclair, who has done outstanding work in terms of putting this all together. So there's been a lot of hands, a lot of minds, a lot of thinking with respect to the approach in terms of how we're able to create opportunity with respect to open, available space in order to respond and accommodate the needs that exist in the city to create more affordable housing and living opportunity for people, and at the same time creating a refresher with respect to the building that's actually in place. And I think this is a remarkable opportunity of bringing all the stakeholders and all the partners together in order to collectively think about how best to repurpose what for all intents and purposes, mostly it's been just barren lands that was just there, just, the heat islands that exist, the concrete that existed there now. And now we have a new opportunity. I should also say, Madam Chair, that there is a person that I also want to thank in terms of certainly Mr. Mackay, but also John Livy, who has been, as you know, the former deputy city manager. His unique approach and his insight, keenness to it, and his experience as a deputy city manager and his understanding in terms of the nuances and how to make things work and facilitation and so on has really lent a tremendous amount of not only clarity but the professionalism that he brought to this as part of his involvement. I want to just thank him for that, because this is really exciting for our community. Oftentimes when you hear about Gilder, you hear about negative things in the news. This is an opportunity where this investment is going to create, in my view, a tremendous, positive outcome and response for the neighborhood, because they see investment taking place right in front of them in their own neighborhood. Not afar, not some distance area, but it is in their neighborhood and so on. And that gives, in my view, a clear understanding that we are thinking about the community, we're working with the community, we're working to create a new vision in terms of how to use open land space and bring that into a connectivity and into a synergy that helps and provides unique opportunities in terms of collaboration, but also addresses the fundamental challenges that we're having in the city, which is our number one priority now, which is affordable housing. And this brings a unique opportunity in terms of that relation. So I want to thank everyone involved and move the item with just a clear sense of excitement for the members of the community in this area and all those who have been involved.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor is moving the recommendations. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Okay, the next item is SC 33.7, 65 to 99 Silver Springs Boulevard, zoning bylaw amendment, draft plan of subdivision and rental housing demolition applications, final report. We have 8 speakers on this item. The first speaker is Aaron Lal. Do we have Aaron present? Great, you have 5 minutes. He's in the room, he's coming down. I'm just gonna give notice to the next speakers so they know. Howard Paskovitz is second, then Lindsay Dale Harris, Kenneth Chan, Murnosh Damania, Snehal Kulkarni, Rohan Kulkarni, and then Chenzi Lee. Okay, Aaron, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Aaron Lau, and I've been living in Silver Springs Boulevard community for more than 30 years with my family. I've asked the city councilor numerous times to help with the living situation in Silver Springs Boulevard as it is below living standards. In regards to safety and security audits being done in our community, even inviting him to see the situation for himself, as he had the audacity to look the other way. So I have reached out to John Tory, the mayor's office, who helped me to connect to the City of Toronto 311, and since we have made more than a dozen complaints and some outstanding for repairs where proper permits were not obtained. Our community and surrounding residents in Ward 22 have since filed a complaint to the Integrity Commissioner about a city councillor using his constituency to go against our ward and our community. Nevertheless, in regards to new development, how can this occur when they are not even up to date with the already existing building? Also, a 17-story infrastructure would not be irrelevant, with surrounding areas, residents also completing about the height, and the biggest factor would be more than a dozen trees which should be not touched. What this means is trees have been more than 100 years here, a part of our community, for 3 generations. Oh, can I take a break? I'm just not.
Sure.
Yeah, please. Can someone else read this for me? Sorry, I'm just out of breath. It's the first time, sorry. Okay, that's okay. What this means is trees have been here for more than 100 years and have been a part of our community in more than 3 generations, which provide shade and for our community barbecue, home to several animals and migrating birds from north to south. So please do not cut down our 12 dozen ancestral trees and rob us of our natural resources and wildlife, as we would like to see them grow for generations to come, and reduce the height to 10 to 12 stories and build around our park within a community. Sorry about that, yeah.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, thank you for coming.
I've also sent this to you guys, the
Okay.
letter, so I couldn't read it properly, so maybe you could look at it.
Great, we'll make sure that's posted. Deputy Mayor has a question.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So just take a deep breath and you're okay. You're okay.
Yeah.
So what did you wish to add that you didn't state because you basically were a little bit nervous there?
Yeah, sir.
Could you
Yeah.
perhaps just take your time, sir? Just take a breather. Take a step back and breathe, and then just maybe tell me or tell us what additional
So what
thoughts you
our
wanted to
community
add.
would like to see done is reduce the structure of a 22 to 17 story infrastructure to 10 to 12 and work around our natural resources. These are trees who have been in our community. I believe they're ancestral trees. They're like more than 100 years old, and you guys want to tear them down. And I believe this will cause like climate change and other concerns like zoning, wildlife, and traffic just by cutting down these trees. They are ancestral trees. They have been there for generations, since my grandparents. And you guys want to destroy our natural resources and build a 22-story infrastructure like it's downtown.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Our next speaker is Howard Paskovitz. Do we have Howard? Hi, Howard. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of Scarborough Community Council. Nice to be back in person and want to start by saying thank you for your leadership over the pandemic. It's good to be back in person. Nice that we've come to the other side of this, hopefully, and we can do more of this. One of the benefits of doing things in person is last week we had a great resident appreciation evening at Silver Springs at the project that we're talking about today. Over 200 people showed up. We had a nice little get-together, build a community builder, and we talked about the proposed development, and that was great to be there. Just a note for the speakers today, Shangzi Lee, Kenneth Chan, and Lindsay Dale Harris are all on the development team. They're here to answer questions if needed. They're not looking to depute, so unless there's questions for them, we don't need to speak to them. Before I talk about the proposal, and I'll be very brief, I just want to thank Councillor Mantis. A really big shout out to Kelly Jones and to Christian Ventresca, who really helped to get us here today. Starlight is very excited about what I believe is probably one of the largest purpose-built rental developments outside of Scarborough City Centre in many, many decades. And we're here just to say thank you, and we'd appreciate if you would support the staff recommendations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Howard.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lindsay Dale Harris. Oh, sorry, it was, okay. So Lindsay was one.
Lindsay is our planner.
What were the other two?
Shangzi Lee is our architect, and Kenneth Chan is our traffic engineer.
Okay, great. Thanks. Sorry, I
Thank you, Madam
missed writing those ones down. Okay, so Lindsay Dale Harris is available for questions. Kenneth Chan is available for questions. Any questions for those speakers? Seeing none, the next is Mehernosh Demania. We're just confirming if we have this deputant online. Mehernosh, are you on the line? Can you unmute? Okay, we'll come back to the speaker. The next one is Snehal Kulkarni. They're not present. Rohan Kulkarni. Kulkarni. Hi, Rohan. Can you unmute?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. So I'm not in favor of this construction or this proposal. First of all, I have recently shifted in this community just around 6 months back. I have purchased a new unit, and the reason for purchasing this unit is it is a very calm, serene community, and there is a lot of sunlight coming into our unit. I have been diagnosed with deficiency of vitamin D3, and I'm not even 40 years old. I'm facing a lot of issues now. The high rises that are proposed over here, they are going to block the direct sunlight coming into my unit. I am on 14th floor, so they are these high rises are going to block the direct sunlight that is going to come into my unit. Apart from that, as Aaron has already said, the proposal is going to cut down the trees that are decades old that have been giving shades. Uh, then the third thing is, during construction there is always lots of noise. Now currently, as per the working model, most of us, we are working from home. Prior to this, I have stayed in two different rental units, and bang opposite to our unit there have been new constructions, and there was lots and lots of noise pollution. Again, this here, if there's going to be construction, is going to be noise pollution. It is actually a nuisance, and we are unable to work from home. Then, then mm, apart from this, my final point would be, uh, a few days back, I did see that the builder was collecting signatures. I don't know if it has been submitted to you or not, but then the builders people, they were collecting signatures for from people for those who are for the development of the construction. But according to me, the way these signatures were collected, that the entire thing is questionable. Primarily because I had been there, and what they had done is they had set up some children's activities. They was giving some free ice creams, and there were some children's activities, and they were telling people that whoever has come here has to sign. Okay, but then when I asked, but then what is it about? It's just that everyone who has come here, they have signed. I had to dig deep enough to ask them what was the signatures for, and that is when they said that, oh, it is for those who are in favor of this development. So even the way of collecting signatures, according to me, is questionable. These were all my points. I'm open for questions, if any.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputants? Okay, seeing none, I believe we now have, sorry, thank you for your deputation. I believe we now have Mayor Harnash Damania on the line.
Yes.
Hi.
Can you all hear me?
I can hear
Can
you.
all
You
hear
have
me
5
now?
minutes.
Yeah, because the mic is not. Yes. First of all, we have sent you a petition signed by several of our residents at 25 and 45 Silver Springs. This is a totally different petition from the one that sent from the other side. And we have, if you'll be kind enough to put it up and let all the councillors and see it, there are altogether 7 concerns that we have, and I also have solutions for that. We have, first of all, the biggest problem, and I send you photographs of the garbage that is left all in the open, and it is flying out. So it's important that the management and the planning, there should be in an enclosed underground basement so that people can drop in and the garbage do not fly out. It's very, very important. Otherwise, we'll create rodents and pollution. And they got so much of garbage that every 2 days the bins get full. I have spoken to various things to also Councillor Mantis yesterday, and he agreed with a lot of my suggestions as well. And that is, the garbage is the first thing has to go. The second thing we are concerned about is that they are going to build 604 units. There are already 374 units. We are talking of actually having a separate town size situation. About over 3,000 residents will be there. And our Silver Springs Boulevard has got a very narrow lane. It's only 2-lane traffic, two schools, primary schools. And then you have several speed bumps. And then we have stop signs. And we have other residences coming in. So I would suggest that when you build a public access road, and if you can show the model, that let this public access road be exclusively used by these under the new project, and all the residents over there, and let them have exclusive access so that they go by foot, not by Silver Springs, and block all the exits from the coming on to Silver Springs. So that way, it's a win-win situation for everybody. The third thing is the crime. We have a situation here in Toronto. There are so many. We got Scarborough is notorious for crime, and it's important that the city, the Toronto police, as well as the management, have a preemptive plan to have CCTV cameras installed there so that everything can be recorded. If necessary, they have high security. Previously, there had been a Sri Lankan gang, which were the police had a hard time destroying in that area. Also, the Metro Toronto Housing Board just across south of Finch. We had received from the police a request to put up cameras on our roof, on that Metro Toronto board, multi-res buildings. It's possible today for anybody $8,000, a 3D machine, and produce firearms. We know that many cars are stolen. We have thefts in our own property. So it's important that there's a preempt advance thinking put on the security as well, guard it, discuss that with Senator Mentis, Deputy Minister, Councilor. And then we also may need more TTC buses coming on the road. We on the Finch Road. So we may have to think of widening the Finch Road. Not only that, there are so many constructions going on north of 401. So we have to, and the city has to work in a preemptive plan to be resolved that these problems do not arise. I would have a copy of by our residents here.
Sorry, your audio is starting to break up. I'm just going to put you on hold for a second.
Yes, and also this time is inconvenient. Many of our residents would like to have participated. The evening time at 7 o'clock, many of our residents would service. So that would be greatly appreciated as well. If there are any questions, quite happy to answer them.
Thank you. I just want to point out that your petition is posted to the item, so we do have access to that. Are there any questions of the deputant?
Yes, have you got the garbage bins that are lying around photographed?
Have you got
the garbage bins?
We have multiple submissions from you that are available. So, okay, great. Any questions of the deputant?
Yes.
Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for your deputation. Our final deputant is available just for questions. If there are any, does anybody have any questions for Chengzi Li? Okay, seeing none, that completes deputations on this item. Questions of staff, Councillor Mantis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To staff and to Kelly, can you please explain the procedure and the process that the city took for this development, and if all transportation studies were the way that they were conducted, if they met all future transportation needs in these reports?
Yes, through the chair. Sorry, I'm a little bit glowy on my screen here, but this application went through the normal submission and circulation process. So in fact, all the application and the materials, including the transportation study and the impact study as well, were circulated to transportation for comment. Transportation has, in fact, there was back and forth, obviously, several rounds of communication, several submissions going back and forth between not only city planning, but transportation as well. And transportation planning has now signed off. I do believe transportation is here today if you would like them to answer any specific questions.
Yes, please, if they could just explain about the transportation study that was conducted.
Yes, through the chair. All of the requisite transportation study and documents were undertaken by the applicant, and they were submitted and reviewed by staff. And they have been reviewed in detail. It's important to note that this development as well will be implementing a number of transportation-related improvements, including the introduction of a public street that's going to connect Finch to Silver Springs. That's going to provide the connectivity and access to the development, as well as improve accommodation for pedestrians and other road users.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one more question to Kelly. Kelly, can you please describe the process of the objections that residents would have and how they were able to submit their concerns to you and to staff?
Yes, certainly. So this goes through a normal consultation process. So when the application is received, the notification sign does go up with my contact information, as well as there was a public consultation meeting held, I believe it was April or May of 2021. So residents could attend, and I'm always very encouraging to send me your feedback via email, phone call, contact me personally, contact Christian personally. There was also, we haven't touched on it yet, but this is a predominantly rental, well, completely rental project. So we had a rental consultation meeting as well this year. And when the notice for public meeting goes out, again, my information is posted and they are able to contact me via whatever means works. So it's basically from the time the application is submitted to up until the public meeting, they have opportunities to contact staff with their comments and concerns.
Now, through the chair, looking at the angular plane of the building, does it meet the height recommendation that is proposed, and have the shadow impacts were taken into consideration?
Yes, just give me 1 second. I've relocated, so I don't have that halo. So I'm just going to grab my report and notes here. 1 moment, please. Okay, so in regards to, can we start with sun shadow? So sun shadow, as part of every application, we do require for any mid-rise tall building to have a sun shadow study completed. This was completed by the IBI group. It does show incremental shadow impacts on the site. So on the neighborhoods located northeast of the site between 4/18 and 6/18 during March and September only. And then there is limited shadowing after 5/18 on June 21st. However, there are no shadows caused by the development in the morning or the early afternoon in that area. And the sun shadow, it does provide for 7 hours of light, which is our standard when we're looking at these types of development. So 7 hours of sunlight on the land's designated neighborhoods. And in terms of the park, there is like a sliver of a shadow between 9/18 and 11/18 during March and September. And no other shadow is created on the park at any other time. Through the chair, Councillor, could you just remind me of your second question? I believe it was with angular planes.
This will also be the final question.
Yes, if the project met the height recommendation due to the angular plane.
Okay, so the buildings have been masked, so to minimize any sort of shadowing, and so The angular plane, they do meet the angular plane, except for sorry, just give me a second here. The building D, which is closest to the the nearby place of worship, doesn't meet the angular plane, but we were satisfied because those are not uses that require transition and scale to mitigate overlook and shadow impact on to the east. To the immediate east, there's the high school and there's the place of worship. So it's not impacting any neighborhood. There's no angular plane that impacts the neighborhood is what I'm trying to say.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions on this item? Deputy Mayor?
I wanted to ask about the trees that the gentleman had mentioned. He had indicated that there were 100-year-old trees. Can someone just validate whether or not the trees, what the issues are with the trees and how many trees? I think he said 12. And just wondering, what are the mitigating opportunities with respect to removal of those 12 trees?
I'm going to actually hand this over to our friends in urban forestry to answer, but I will tell you there are 3 city-owned trees being proposed for removal and 42 privately owned trees. And with that, I'll hand it over to our urban forestry staff to further detail.
Thank you.
Through the chair, Janice Allen. So based on my assessment, the aerial photos show that the trees are probably about 40 years old, and they range in condition from poor to healthy.
And what's the ratio in terms of, you said they range in conditions, but how many are poor and how many are their healthy trees that they're looking at removing?
I don't have that information right in front of me. It does appear that it's about 50-50.
Okay, fair enough. And what are the provisions with respect to the replacement of the trees that are going to be removed?
So
what's the ratio?
Do you mean in terms
the ratio?
the
What's
plant
ratio?
replanting? Yeah.
Yeah.
So for poor condition trees, we ask for a 1-to-1 replacement, and healthy trees we ask for a 3-to-1 replacement, and that would be done through planting on site and a cash in lieu payment.
I see. And again, we don't know exactly how many trees, or do we know how many trees there are?
I do believe we know. Just so it does appear that they're proposing the planting of 41 trees on site.
How many are being removed?
Based on what the information I have, 26.
26, replacement 41. Okay. And were the replacement trees, are they going to be mature trees, as relatively as mature trees can be replaced?
So the size of them we request is 70 mil caliper. So that would be about the size of newly planted trees on the road allowance.
Okay. Thank you. And all of the measures and sort of, and I guess this is more of a planning, how this site is going to be developed. We looked at whether or not you could save as many trees as possible. Was that work done?
Yes, work would have been done during the review of the application.
Yeah, and then my final question, how unusual or usual is this particular application as it relates to other applications where trees are involved? Is this unique? Is this a situation that's just unique to this site, or is this sort of a standard approach in terms of our efforts to protect the tree canopy and trying to create the opportunity in terms of balancing the priorities of the city to create affordable living for the population growth that's taking place in the city?
I would say this is not a very unique situation, but we comment on the retention of trees if we feel they warrant retention.
Super. Thanks very much for answering my questions. Madam Chair, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? Seeing none, speakers on this item.
Madam Chair, before I move the technical amendment, I would like to thank the applicant and all the residents for their comments and submissions. A big thank you to all the staff that have worked diligently to be able to bring this application to Community Council. As a city, we are facing with the largest need of housing for all our residents. As we grow in population and we are moving into a new era of smart cities, we need to build communities with our needs for the future. I understand that there are concerns to densification and height for this proposal, but we all have to understand that we are restricted within our city's borders and we can only build upwards. This project helps to enhance the concept of a complete community and provides the additional rental units which we are in need. The Section 37 contribution will create an outdoor amphitheater, which will be a center for culture and will create the additional community space for our community. Once again, a big thank you to everyone involved in this project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Additional speakers to this item? Okay, seeing none. Sorry, there's an amendment you have? Yeah, do you want to introduce the amendment?
Sure. That Scarborough Community Council delete recommendation 3.8.2 and replace it with the following. Should I read the whole as it is on the screen?
We can read it. It's on there. Just you're introducing the technical amendment. Okay. All those in favor of the amendment? All opposed? The amendment carries. All those in favor of the item as amended? All opposed? That item carries. Okay, that brings us to SC 33.8, 45, 15, 44, 19, and 4421 Shepherd Avenue East zoning bylaw amendment application. There are quite a few speakers. I'm going to just call on the first three so that they know they're on deck to prepare. So first we have Mary Chow, then we have Marianne Berenson, and then we have Jian Chen. Mary, are you on the line? Mary, can you please unmute and go ahead?
Morning.
Good morning. You have 5 minutes.
I'm going to be quite brief. So just a bit of history. I'm the third house south on Brimley, and my mother-in-law is the second house on Brimley, and she doesn't speak English, so I'm going to speak on her behalf. Our concern is the loss of privacy and enjoyment of our backyards because of these terraces that are going to be sloping down into our backyard. We're not opposed to development of the area. We think it's a good idea, but you've got all of these terraces that are going to be looking into our backyard, out there partying, throwing their cigarette butts, barbecuing. This will create a tunnel sound of noise from the streets on Brimley to Fulham. And we are quite passionate about our community, and our concerns are real. We do have a petition going. We don't want that to be ignored. But we just want to be heard that if you put yourselves in our position, you would not want to buy a house or to live here if you have all of those terraces looking into your backyard, and the sound and the garbage, blah, blah, blah. And I also wanted to just quickly say thank you to Jim at Councillor Lai's office. He's been extremely helpful to us during this very, very stressful time. So again, we're not unreasonable community members, but our concerns are real. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Mary. Our next deputant is Marianne Berenson. Do you have Marianne online? Okay, we don't believe Marianne is there. I'll call on her again towards the end. Jian Chen.
My name is Jen Chen. Yes. Sorry.
You have 5 minutes. Can I also ask that if you have any other devices aside from the one you're speaking in, do you mind turning the volume down? You have a little bit of feedback.
Okay. My name is Jen Chen. I'm a resident of 35 Fulham Street, which is the second house of the project. I am directly affected by this proposed large building. I strongly oppose the proposed zoning amendment 4415 to 4421 Shepherd Avenue East for the following reasons. One, I have an issue with the traffic. 182 cars minimum coming and going every day on the street with no sidewalks, no lights at Fulham and Shepherd is unsafe. Fulham is a street for pedestrians. This is not a neighborhood designed for heavy traffic, which will occur and will pose future problems. Second, this building is too close to our home. It will interrupt our quality of life. The stress, just think about it, has given me health problems. I don't have faith that the problem associated with this project will be controlled. Third, Toronto District School Board indicated there may not be room to accommodate new students coming from this high building with 239 units. Fourth, without question, this development totally robbed me and my family of my privacy, as 11-story high condo is built up, and there is in the same boat. Fifth, the noise, dust, and the interruption from the construction over the next 2 years are nothing you have to live on, but I do. And that will be very unpleasant, as you can imagine. To sum up, my concerns are building size, grossly increased density, traffic during and post-construction, safety, uncontrolled on-street parking, setting a precedent for future high-rise buildings too close to homes, disruption, noise, heavy construction vehicles, using Fulham, lack of space in the local schools. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to our next speaker, which is Dong Feng Yang. Do we have Dong on the line? Dong, can you please, hi, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
Mute. Okay. First of all, I'm opposed this project because I have the following point I'd like to share with all the councillors here. Okay, first of all, community consultation was conducted by the remote virtual meeting. Most affected neighbors were either not aware or didn't know how to participate in the meeting, and most of them missed. Neighbors also have language barriers and don't know how and who to oppose the condo project. Knowing so many people missing the consultation meeting, but no one tried to reach to these people to get their input. If a majority of the affected neighbors are not heard, what is this consultation purpose? That was the first point. The second point, I request community council either to defer the meeting or to defer making decision on these recommendations, so our neighbors can have time to understand the effect of this zoning amendment and what revision developer made. Because the final report was just uploaded on June 20th this year. Neighbors don't have enough time to absorb 62 pages of final report. How are we able to provide our input to this meeting and express our concern right on the point? And the third one, this project has 234 residential units. The whole Fulham Street only has 38 single dwelling residents. This will greatly increase the local traffic because the Fulham Street don't have a sidewalk. Kids and elder will be at the risk of being hit by cars. Understand, city will pave sidewalks on Fulham Street, but when this has been mentioned for so many years, but nothing happened. When will city have a budget to do the sidewalk on Fulham Street? How about the street adjacent to the Fulham Street? There's no sidewalk too. Developer only pave sidewalk around their own premises, and which will not extend to the rest of Fulham Street, according to the city plan. The traffic report, and the other point is the traffic report was not done by developers. By developers, pay the traffic expert or consultant. City staff is satisfied of this traffic report. What I'm asking is, can we have another traffic expert to get a second opinion from neighbors' perspective? I understand city did a peer review. However, when city's intention is to push this project through, I believe to have a second opinion is more neutral. This is also why I request to defer the community council meeting so we can have enough time to do so. There is on intersection with the Shepherd Avenue in this area. We only have an exit on the Fulham Street and the Harris Farm Gate. At the current population level, it's already a struggle to make a left turn into Shepherd Avenue. Does the traffic report address the traffic light issue when the population triple or quadruple? Another point, the final report mentioned City Foxton Community Association endorsed this project, but no one in this neighborhood I know of ever been consulted by CDFCA. Also, there's not been election for CDFCA since the COVID pandemic. So I really in doubt that the legitimacy of those support or make endorsement mentioned in the community consultation activity on that final report. 7. Why is vehicle access to the site?
I'll ask for your final thoughts.
Pardon me?
Just your final thoughts. You're almost at time.
Yeah, okay. If you interrupt me, okay. Why is vehicle access to the parking has to go through Fulham Street? Why don't go to the Brimley, the main road?
Thank you.
Also, this single dwelling community, it's a quiet and a peaceful neighborhood. An 11th floor condominium erect beside our backyard. It will no longer be quiet and a peaceful neighborhood. Many folks living in these adjacent houses.
That's your final thought. Thank you. Thank you. You're at time now. Are there any questions for a deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your deputation. Our next deputation is from Basil Tang. Basil, are you on the line? Okay, we don't have Basil online. We'll do another call at the end. Carol Ching. Carol, are you in the line? Carol, can you please unmute? You have 5 minutes.
Hello.
Hi, Carol. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you.
You unmute.
Unmute. Talk. Hello.
We can hear you,
Hello?
Carol. You have 5 minutes.
Hi. Can I talk now?
Yes.
Hello. I cannot hear you.
Hi, Carol.
I'm having problem. Talk. We can hear you. Oh, okay. Hi,
Carol?
good morning.
Hi.
My name is Carol.
You have 5 minutes.
I'm here to object the condo project for the following reasons. Traffic issue. With the increased traffic, there will be more traffic jams, increased noise levels, and increased pollution level. These will be ongoing problems in our quiet neighborhood, especially during the condo construction period. Right now, on Fulham Street, we already have existing illegal parking problem generated from some of the Brimley Street residents and the CDF school parents. Parking enforcement departments were called often. Unfortunately, the problem still exists. With the condo project, there will be 239 residential units, but only 182 vehicle parking spaces. Obviously, the condo residents or the retail customers will park on the nearest streets, that is, Fulham Street, Garden Park Avenue, and Murray Street. Another point is about the streetscape. In our neighborhood, only single detached homes in the immediate area from the proposed condo site. Right now, the tallest building in our area is the 3-story Oriental Center located at the northeast corner of Shepherd and Brimley. Any townhouses or taller building, any building taller than the 3-story structure will be an eyesore in our community. Another point is a sidewalk. The condo developer suggested a strip of sidewalk to be paved on Fulham Street. To me, this is an admission from the developer that they are aware that there will be more parked cars on Fulham. Also, if we wanted sidewalks in our neighborhood, we would have voted for it decades ago instead of wait till now. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Barbara Barnett. Do you have Barbara online? Hi, Barbara. You have 5 minutes. Can you unmute?
I'm sorry, is that to myself over there?
Hi, Barbara. You're a little bit muffly, but we can hear you. If you can just maybe bring the speaker closer to you. Sorry, the microphone closer to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, that's for myself. I wasn't aware that that's what I was agreeing to when I signed on. I thought I was just going to be joining the meeting. But I can probably just say that I reiterate a lot of what's been said previously by the other members of the community. The size of the building for that area is too large when we have previously had low rise and backing right onto the residential areas of this community. There isn't anything that large east of the GO train tracks over to I guess McCowan in this area, but particularly this pocket, and it being an original resident of Agincourt. I've seen a lot of changes in 60 years, but nothing that is impactful as much as this to this small original community. The traffic is a major concern. These cars that are going to be going northbound to come to the condo with an entrance on Fulham, coming north on Midland or Brimley are not going to go all the way to Shepherd and make the turn onto Shepherd and enter off of Fulham from Shepherd. They're going to come off of Pitfield, and then they're going to take the arteries of Garden Park, Murray, and Fulham to gain entrance to the condominium. As noted, we don't have sidewalks. That was a decision made by the community originally when we put our sewers in. We did not want sidewalks. So there's a lot of foot traffic with people walking, children, bike riding, because it is fairly quiet in this community. However, we're going to see that change with the condominium, and even during construction. I suspect that if there's any lane blockage on Shepherd or Brimley during the construction, if a lane has to be closed off, say, to get construction in, we're going to lose some of that. Cars are not going to wait on the corner. They're going to turn around and come up our arteries in order to get to Pitfield and onto Brimley or Shepherd. So we have major concerns about that. And there hasn't been quite the community conversation regarding this because as the proposal has been put in 2020, as we had discussions last night, that was during COVID. And the community association that we would normally have the communication with, we have not had any meetings in person or by Zoom to discuss this with the community, or newsletters, which I know a lot of my neighbors get that update, that information from those newsletters. They have not been communicated to members of our community. So I don't think a lot of them are aware of what's going on, or certainly these meetings that we've been having. So as I say, I agree with the proposals that the community members are putting through regarding these changes and the impact it's going to have within our small community here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Sam Chow. Sam, are you in line? You have 5 minutes. Sorry, Sam's not online. Sheila White? Sheila, can you please unmute? You have 5 minutes.
Good day.
Hello, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, councillors. Before this project becomes a fait accompli, I'm hoping I can use this opportunity to extract as much benefit for the community from this as possible. I've put forward a number of suggestions, both at the public consultation and in my brief that you will find in your agenda, and to the developer, Mr. Winthrop, and his team directly. All of this was put in writing, and I'd just like to do a brief summary of the key points, some of which may have been resolved yesterday evening during a meeting with Councillor Lai, her staff, and the community planner. I'm seeking an understanding that the community benefits section 37 location will go directly into the CD Farquharson community. I also requested that the qualifying terms be slightly expanded to include public pedestrian walkway improvements in the direct vicinity of the development. I would like to have North Agincourt Park removed from the list of parks because I believe the benefit should flow directly in our boundaries. In my mind, the idea of these Section 37 monies is to pay back the community that is making the sacrifice, which this one is. I inquired about a city-funded Shepherd Subway section study rather than relying on the developer-funded study that's on the books, into which the public had no input. I took exception to the developer's consultant study, deeming that the Dragon Center Tower skyscrapers, which have not yet been built, are quote unquote the precedent for the avenue, which they are not. This is the opinion of the company working for Winthrop and Dragon Towers. When it comes to avenue design, I do think the public should have more input, or at least the opportunity for some. There was an old Scarborough bylaw I found on the books that prohibits heavy trucks on Fulham Street. I would like that to be implemented or enforced. And I would like to know that there is going to be some kind of impact study to see how vertical communities do integrate with the broader community and how we can make that transition feasible. I added items that the community cares about for inclusion in the information package recommended in the traffic impact study. Mention of the 3-hour parking limit, the overnight on-street parking ban, rules about no idling beyond 1 minute, no littering from cars, bike helmet laws, safe cycling rules, such as no cycling on sidewalks and driving in the direction of traffic. The community can assist with this, and I think it should be multilingual, especially in the Chinese language. In my letter's bullet points, there are recommendations for both the city and the developer. My wish list includes community meeting space, balcony controls, an efficient troubleshooting mechanism for complaints, even developer compensation for those distressed residents living next door. We've heard their anxiety and their grief. I wonder how many councillors live in a home with a condo construction site beside it. I must mention the wonderful victory that the city achieved at Toronto Land Appeal Board, TLAB, on March 8th of this year, with robust support and cogent testimony from residents and city staff. At the hearing, the city's expert planning witness testified that the community which the applicant's site fronts is rare and deserves to be maintained. So I want us to do everything to live up to that core belief of the city's, that it went to TLAB to defend that this tiny historic section of the neighborhood, 6 streets, including Fulham Street, is rare and deserves to be maintained. I don't want the dialogue to end here. If you're asking residents to live with this, then we need open channels with the owner, builder, and contractors, and of course the city, starting from the beginning of construction and from there on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheila. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Ainsley, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, Sheila, it's nice to see you again. You brought up a lot of concerns and issues. The first one being around Section 37. Are you saying the Section 37 that's before us today, that it needs to be closer to the development? It's been spread out too wide, or?
Well, Councillor Lai and her staff and the planner are aware of this. We talked about it last night. And what the report says, the staff report says that the Section 37 benefits would be allocated for 23. And my point is that is a very wide area, and it won't benefit us to have, something at Steeles and Markham Road. We want the Section 37 benefits to flow to our parks and our specific needs in our community. And I think what I got from the councillor's office was that there is movement on that, and she's in total agreement. I think she'll probably speak to the fact that these benefits should be local.
Okay. And then Sheila, you brought up, I couldn't write fast enough to get all of the concerns that you brought around balconies and adjacent owners. Did you? So there was a community meeting, and you brought these concerns up at the community meeting, and then you said there was another meeting last night as well.
Yeah, if you read my 7-page submission that is in your agenda, I talk about the meeting with Mr. Winthrop. He reached out to the community, and I will give the developer credit, because this is not customary of people who want to put a big footprint in the community. Usually there's no face behind it. But Mr. Winthrop stepped up. He contacted me. I offered to set up a meeting with a number of residents who have put their objections forward today. And this was one of the things that came up that is beyond the city's purview. The balcony controls are usually written into a condo agreement. The community meeting space. Mr. Winthrop said he'd make every effort with his team to provide us, once the building is built and the space is available, to make sure we have a place where we can meet and deal with community issues. We talked about having a seat on the condo board and these types of things that aren't in the city purview. So what's in your package is a breakdown of the things I asked of the developer and the things I asked of the city. The things I asked of the city were more along the lines of public art installations, and then there's a list there that you can look at. The Section 37 benefits was a big one, and also the no heavy trucks on no construction vehicles coming from the Pitfield side. construction vehicles accessing from any point except from Shepherd. That's very, very important because you can imagine the number of cement trucks and vehicles that would be rattling down a local road that was never designed for this kind of transit capacity.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Sheila. Appreciate your time and your input, and it was nice to see you again,
Yeah.
even virtually.
Thanks, Councillor. We'll see you around.
Thank you. Additional questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to the next deputant, which is Chin Ho Soo. Do you have Chin Ho online? No. Next deputant, Mo Bees. We don't have Mo either. Stephen Sue. We don't have Stephen. Zoe Lauren. No Zoe. Amy Shepard. No Amy. Stephen Hood. Stephen, are you online?
Hi, it's Stephen Hood here. I think Amy might not have been able to unmute. I had difficulty myself. She's the planner representing the developer, and I'm from the architect representing the developer. And I think Amy should be speaking first with the presentation.
Okay, great. We don't see Amy online.
Amy, are you there?
Do you want to speak first while we can see if we can get her connected?
Yeah, she had a presentation that she had put together. Is there a way that I can share my screen? Yes, there is. Okay. It says I cannot share content. Okay, so I'll start to speak on behalf of.
Can we fix that? Okay, you should now have the ability to share.
Okay.
You have 5 minutes.
I think Amy has now asked me a question, so I think maybe Amy, can you log on? Okay, let me share that. Okay, so you can see, I think, Amy's presentation here. Let me go back and let me go to full screen. I would just like everyone to know that we take our role representing the development of the community very seriously, and we take it with a lot of ethical and moral responsibility. There are planning policies in work. You can see the site there. It's an underutilized site, and the city has long-term plans and guidelines along with the province to guide how we intensify development. This project complies with those guidelines. I won't get into the community growth. Hopefully Amy can get on to that, but staff has supported this development. It has not railroaded this development. It is supported because it meets the policies to manage growth in a proper and controlled fashion. So this is what you see on site right now. There is an existing plaza. It actually generates more trip traffic than this building will. And I know that's hard to understand, but residential development has sporadic movements. Retail development can have intense movements. I also hear concerns about heavy trucks. Well, those same heavy trucks are coming to this site today to service that commercial plaza that will be coming to service our development. This is Amy's slide on the various policies in place. You can see we are on a current avenue, which is identified for growth. Within the official plan, we are in a mixed-use area. And because we are on the avenue, along with proposed rapid transit coming in the future, the policies support an 11-story building. And that is what our client is proposing. So we're proposing roughly 239 units, as mentioned. There is a wide mix of units which will fill a housing need that's currently not satisfied in a community that is largely single-family homes. We have provided 182 parking spaces. Intensive studies are done by our traffic engineers to ensure that we are meeting the needs of what is a changing way that people commute and travel. And there is more traveling by car share, there is more traveling by transit. So these are supportable numbers. There's history behind it. It's not just a number pulled from the air. We are maintaining some commercial along Shepherd, so there will still be some convenience to the neighborhood. We're also going to build in the corner a privately owned public space. That's at Brimley and Shepherd, and that will be a benefit to the community. It's a small outdoor gathering space. We're widening the sidewalk along Shepherd, and since the initial application, the developer has worked hard with the utilities and the city, and we will now be planting trees along the Shepherd frontage, which is another very good plus that it will bring to the community, because currently it's just concrete and a little bit of grass. I've heard a lot of concern about terracing. The building follows what's called an angular plane, which has it step back from the residential neighborhood. And that is the city's way of dealing with transition, and we are compliant with that. There's concern about residents on terraces. You can see we have put, where we do have an outdoor amenity area, we've put a screen of trees that will provide some privacy. The remaining units, yes, you're quite right. If they want to look out their window down on the backyard, they can. But again, you know, they're quite a distance away. They step back away from the stable residential. We've tried to create along Fulham Street to maintain the character of that street. We've placed townhouses to be sympathetic. And yes, we have extended a sidewalk down there. Now, that is to access our sidewalk. Sorry, to access our townhomes that are being proposed. If the city wishes to extend it further, that's another question. We have also eliminated balconies in some areas because we had a lot of concern about that. And we're putting in Juliet balconies, which means the residents will have the ability to open up and enjoy fresh air, but they will not be stepping out and throwing things down. So we have tried to address that concern as well. We've also increased setbacks in all instances around the building, and that was working with city staff in order to get the building to fit in a little better. In terms of shadow impact, the proposed project is on the north side of the stable residential neighborhood. And by that fact alone, you can see it's not casting any shadow on the neighborhood. So that's not a direct concern. And again, the angular plane helps assist that, but what really assisted is the fact that we're on the north side. And as we said, we've minimized balconies. It's actually improved sound in the neighborhood by the tests we've done, because it actually mitigates some of the sound from Shepherd getting into the neighborhood, as well as it's breaking down some of the prevailing winds from the northwest. So from those conditions, it's actually improved. So we know that change is never an easy thing to accept, but we are trying to do it in as sensitive a fashion as we can to meet the growth needs in a sustainable fashion. And you know, help this community stay vibrant. Right now, it's a deteriorating strip plaza. It's not really adding a lot, and we hope to add a lot of street improvements, both visually and physically, along Fulham and as well as along Shepherd. And as we said before, this supports transit usage and investment. It improves the public realm. The heights, setbacks, and step backs are consistent with staff's policy, the city's policy. And as we said before, it's bringing a new diversified form of housing to a neighborhood and making the neighborhood more accessible to more people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
My apologies.
That's okay.
Madam
I
Chair,
combined your time. Is this Amy?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. I just combined your time, so you can continue on if you like.
Okay, my apologies. I did have some technical difficulties. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you very much, Stephen Hood, for taking over that presentation. We definitely support staff's recommendation and would like to thank them for all their hard work. That includes a shout out, please, to Sam LeBaron, Christian Ventresca, and we very much appreciate all the input provided by the local community. We met with them last year virtually, given COVID, and certainly have been in touch over the past 2 years since the first application submission. We'd also like to very much thank Councillor Lai and her team, who very early on in the process participated in the community consultation and helped work with us on this very exciting development for an avenue within proximity to 2 proposed/planned rapid transit lines. I think Stephen covered off mostly everything I was going to speak to. Just wanted to reiterate that the site is located within a well-serviced community with existing and planned rapid transit. Right now, the majority of housing in the area is single detached dwellings. There's a significant need for alternative forms of housing, and that includes townhouses, apartments, and condominiums. This will not only help address the city's current shortage of housing, but it will help meet the long-term needs of both residents that currently reside in the area and future more diverse base of residents. This might include seniors living in the area, looking to downsize and age in place. It could be people that are younger generations that would like to stay in the area but cannot afford themselves a single detached house. The mid-rise building is an attractive mixed-use building that completely aligns with the City of Toronto's planning, transit, and housing goals and objectives. The current zoning, which limits use on the site as well as height and density, is outdated. It's from eras past where there was a suburban theme to the neighborhood, and certainly doesn't reflect the updated policies that have been adopted by council for avenues, intensification, transit-oriented development, and mixed-use development. Again, we note that the staff report indicates that the proposed development does conform with regional and provincial policies, and we're very much in support of their help and their direction to move this zoning bylaw amendment forward. Thank you. And I apologize for the technical difficulties. I also have a delay here, so it was hard to speak without being distracted.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for Amy or Stephen?
I do, Madam Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
It's Councillor Lai here. Hi. Thank you, Amy and Stephen, for the nice presentation and for addressing some of those concerns that are raised by the residents. Amy, you said that it was an exciting development. I don't think it is for the immediate neighbors, but I'm happy that you have addressed most of the problems or concerns regarding the Anglo plane, about the privacy, about the terraces. You know, Stephen, I saw that little trees planting from that terrace. I think it's very important that we make sure that all the privacy of our residents are concerned. So my question to you is, how could you explain? Because we have been talking, and then you've been having your massing study and all that. We have your first plan, and we didn't approve. So could you maybe give a little bit of an overview of what changes did you make for your resubmission?
Okay. We pulled back at the corner to create the pops, which is a good benefit for the neighborhood. We pulled back the overhang on Shepherd, so the building went straight up, and we pulled back at the top of the building to make sure we were entirely compliant with the angular plane required by the avenue study off of Shepherd. We lessened the amount of stepping. I mean, I shouldn't say lessen. We pulled some of the stepping towards the neighborhood further to the north. In other words, some of it could have moved further south and still been compliant with the angular plane, but we actually pushed it a bit north to create more separation, and that we worked with staff to achieve. And we had an overhang of the townhouses also along Fulham. That was removed, and it went straight up. There was an area adjacent to the medical building where they asked us, could you please set back from the medical building, which we did above the second floor, but the ground floor remained on a zero lot line because that's how we internalize all of the loading facilities to have no noise or disruption into the neighborhood. So that part we did not pull back, but there was a good reason for that.
Okay, so my next question for you would be, would the community have your commitment in making sure that the during construction that would be not much nuisance? You know, you as a developer, I don't know whether you can speak for the developer, but you know, would they have commitment saying that you would be you know, you will be very sensitive to their needs and the noise, and you know, as you know, the cement truck, or whatever has been mentioned.
Yeah. I don't think there's any benefit to a concrete truck driving through a neighborhood as opposed to coming off the main road, and I don't think that would happen. That can be, I'm sure, put into the construction management plan and agreed to by the city. And in terms of hours and disruption and mud tracking, that all has to comply with the City of Toronto's regulations to control the construction site. So that should not be a concern in terms of mud tracking. Now, there will be noise that cannot be, you know, it's going to happen, but it will happen during the hours that's permissible by the city's bylaws.
And like my last question would be, I read a letter by CP Rail regarding the rail close by, and I'm just wondering whether you would be advising the developer to put it in the clause saying that buyers beware or whatever when they're buying it, because you know the last thing I want to do is to have a councillor having complained about all these noises that created, you know, when the people living in there.
Well, we can certainly do that. I was a little bit puzzled by that letter and did not understand the context. Generally speaking, proximity to rail corridors is defined by development within 30 meters. And there's no rail corridor within 30 meters of this site. But the other thing that's interesting with railways is there's no laws legislating what they can carry and whether or not they have to declare what they're carrying. So we have no control over what's on that rail corridor, but we are clearly sufficient distance away that there's not concerns about noxious gas leaks, because dissipation would happen because it's more than 30 meters, and derailment too is governed by 30 meters. So we certainly are compliant, but we can add a clause if you would like.
For a bit of context, the railway located to the north is almost 2 full city blocks away from our site. So I believe the railway is being cautious, but
it's just being proactive, you know.
Exactly.
And we got a lot of complaints from my office usually when there's, oh, the noise is, you know, the railway, you know, is going 24/7, as I understand, the railway there. Okay, so those are my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Amy and Stephen.
Thank you, Councillor Lai. Thank you, Councillor Lai. Any additional questions of the deputants? Okay, seeing none, that brings us to the next deputant, Michael Linton. Do we have Michael online? Michael, can you please unmute? You have 5 minutes.
Through you, Madam Chair. I am representing the developer. I'm the transportation consultant, and I believe Stephen and Amy kind of covered most of what we would be discussing in any case, but I was just available to answer any queries if needed.
Okay, any questions of the deputant? Councillor Lai?
Oh, I'm glad that you're online, Michael. I do have a few questions that I think arises from the concerns of the residents. For the traffic study and about the parking and the traffic flow, are you contented with the report? What is all required? Are there any? I mean, the concerns is having left turn on Shepherd and all those things. Have you been dealing with those concerns?
Through Madam Chair. Yes, Councillor. So we did do multiple revisions of the study based on the city even asking about specifically those left turns, and us just doing further work and surveys on how that would look like, not only today but in the future. And we've been working with staff to resolve any of those concerns and to confirm that there would be adequate gaps and to recommend any safety measures as well for pedestrians and in terms of the foam design along the frontage of the site.
I see. In terms of parking, does it include in your study? I don't know. What about parking?
Yes, please. So, yes, parking is contained within the site through the bylaw that's being proposed. And just to also note, I do note with the newest city bylaw as well that removes the parking minimums as well. It is far above what that newer standard would require. So just to, I guess, to note on that. So the off-street parking is satisfied within the site. And also to note, just for the context of everything from parking, we are located, 800 meters west of the McGowan station that's under construction. So the idea is behind having, transit-oriented development, which is a bit different to what's currently in place in the community.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Madam Chair, those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Lai. Any additional questions for a deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Marcus Gagliardi. Do you have Marcus online? Hi, Marcus. You can unmute. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. Through you, Madam Chair. I don't necessarily have a presentation. I'm here on behalf of the ownership group. I'd like first to say thank you to Councillor Lai and her office for providing great insight into the community needs prior to even starting this project, and then for also attending our community consultation meeting. I also want to say thank you to staff, Christian Ventresca, Samuel Barron, Sasha Terry at Urban Design, for working very closely with us over the last couple of years. There's been many adjustments to the building, as Steve and Amy have pointed out, many to address some of the key concerns that were raised today. So I think those concerns have been addressed. As well, I'm here to answer questions, and to Councillor Lai's question about the warning clauses and the agreements of the condominium or purchase and sale. Those are very easy commitments to make on our end, and we can definitely include those types of warning clauses for CP proximity or any other concerns that you may have that you wish to have included in those purchase and sale or condo agreements. We can definitely discuss those at a later day.
Thank you.
And I just obviously agree with the staff recommendations and here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Lai, question.
Quickly, thank you, Marcus. I didn't know you were on the line. So basically, just wanted your commitment. Would you be committed to making sure that there's going to be a smooth transition for the construction period, working with our community?
Yes, absolutely. I believe in open lines of communication, number one. So you'll always have a line either to myself or to Mr. Winthrop. I think the other thing to point out is, nobody likes development coming into their neighborhood. I know as developers, we have to be honest with ourselves that it can sometimes be a painful process, but we can do everything we can in our control to manage that. And we like to look at it as ripping off a Band-Aid. The quicker we can get in, get it done, and be out of everybody's hair, the better off it is for everybody else. And probably the better off or quicker everyone will start to see the benefits of the development. When it's an open site or an open hole and there's noise and dust, it's not pretty for anybody, but we can manage that and try and get through the process as quickly as possible so that some of the amenities and some of the features of the building and currently, as well as the design of the building can be enjoyed by everybody in the area, but also around the surrounding area as well. So you have my commitment there, Councillor Lai.
Thank you so much, Marcus. Thank you. Just open up the line of communication. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that completes deputations. I'm going to do a final call in case any of the deputants have connected that we could not get earlier. So Marianne Berenson, Basil Tang, Sam Chow, Chin Huo Su, Mo Bees, Stephen Su, Zoe Lauren. If any of you are connected now, if you could just please unmute and let us know. Okay, that completes deputations. We'll move to questions of staff. Councillor Lai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few questions for staff. This development actually, according to the staff recommendation, the report, it meets with the PPS, the provincial public statement and the growth plan, as well as the city official plan. Is that correct?
Yes, through the chair, Councillor Lai was reviewed against appropriate and enforced municipal and provincial planning policies and was found to meet the various tests for those policies.
Okay. My next question would be, from your experience, this recommendation is favorable to go ahead, and in the event there's going to be an appeal, or first of all, I'm going to ask for the deferral motion. So what implication would be if this is going to be deferral?
Well, it would not change staff's recommendation, Councillor, through the chair. The report would just come back for consideration on a different date. The implications in this case would be that one of the recommendations may have to change related to Section 37 because we don't have a community council meeting to continue this conversation with the staff report, and we would be under the new community benefit charge regime, which is scheduled to be heard by council in August. So the Section 37 that was secured for area improvements would be now subject to community benefit charge. And it also, given that we're at least 6 months out from the next community council meeting, could invite the applicant to exercise their rights to appeal a non-decision of council. So there is risk to the deferral.
Okay, my last question would be, from your experience, given this recommendation, if in the event that an organization or an association or residents association appeal, what would the outcome be? And from your experience, and usually, what does what would the outcome be?
Through the chair, I don't want to necessarily speculate on outcome, but just as a positive staff report has been prepared, if a third party were to launch an appeal, it would be their obligation to prepare and present evidence at the tribunal. Similarly, if council were to not take up staff's recommendation, the city solicitor would then have to retain outside planning advice, as staff through the report have offered their advice to council that this is, as I mentioned earlier, meeting the relevant provincial and municipal policies, and it is recommended for approval subject to the conditions set out in the Section 37 agreement.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions to staff? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've just been asked to ask a question. The question is around the issue around school and where will the new residents go to school? What will be the impact? Will there be bus to school? And has there been consultation with the school to ensure there's capacity? I'm just doing, a resident has just asked me to ask those questions for her, so I'm asking those for her. I don't know her name, but she's asked me to ask those questions, and I'm inclined to do so through you to staff.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through the chair to you, we've been advised by the Toronto District School Board that there may be enrollment pressures, but they weren't ready to necessarily indicate that there was no capacity. They just indicated that there were pressures. And one of the reasons for that is there's, no certainty as to whether or not the development will be a, 2-year, 5-year, or 10-year kind of implementation. We just, there is a site plan application in, but until building permit, they weren't ready to say there is capacity or there is not. But there could be warning clauses included in the site plan agreement as a standard practice that there may not be capacity. It really depends on how the cohorting moves through the school, which is CD Farquharson, the local elementary school, and what programs are in place there. So that's what we have from Toronto Lands Corporation on behalf of the school board. The Toronto Catholic District School Board has indicated that there is sufficient capacity for any pupils that this development may generate.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions to staff? Seeing none, speakers on this item? Councillor Lai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a motion, please, if Kirk can please post it.
Councillor Lai, can you clarify which motion you wanted to move? I thought I heard you discuss a deferral.
No.
Okay, we'll put up your amendment.
The Section 37 and the local, yeah. this motion is just to actually clarify the concern of Sheila White about the Section 37 money is going to be spent not in Markham and Shepherd or Morningside Heights area. So I've added a word local into the report, and we actually added $950,000 to be paid by the owner prior to the issuance of the first and above grade building permit, and towards local improvements to park and community facilities in Ward 23, provided that purpose is identified in the Toronto official plan and will benefit the community. And then the second point would be Scarborough Community Council delete recommendation 4 and 2 and replace it with the following new recommendation. City Council requires the owner of the enter into an agreement pursuant to Section 37 of the Planning Act as follows. The community benefit recommended to be secure as follows. The cash contribution set out in the recommendation 4A1 above shall be indexed upwardly in accordance with the index of the Toronto Census Metropolitan Area reported quarterly by Statistics Canada in Building Construction Price Indexes Table 1810, or a successor calculated from the date the City Council adopts the zoning bylaw amendments to the date of the payment. And number 3 will be City Council direct the City Solicitor to revise the zoning bylaw amendment attached as attachment to the final report, June 14, of the Director of Community Planning, Scarborough District, to implement recommendation 1 above prior to the submission of the bills for adoption by City Council. First of all, I'd like to thank staff for really working diligently. Christian, Paul, Zuliani, Christian, and Sam Berrien on the file. We've worked on this file since 2020, and although COVID is holding us back from holding meetings virtually, I did actually send notices in Chinese to the immediate neighborhood for the consultation meeting. So for those of you who know me, I've been advocating in different multiple languages in different areas. In this area, I know that Chinese is quite prominent. So I have asked staff to, actually my office did the translation for staff to post those notices in Chinese. And my office have staff that has Chinese speaking staff to assist with residents. So don't be afraid to call my office. We've been working closely with the developer and with the some of the residents that have computed today, including the most recent one was last night, because we really wanted to hear and listen to the concern of the residents. And I hope that at this council meeting and at last night's meeting, we have solved some of this concern and that the resident has raised. Change is not easy. We all know that. And we really wanted to make sure that this project will go forward, because I think this is good for the community and for improving the curb appeal and the streetscape and all that. And in my ward, I have no Section 37 money for the last 14 years. There's no development, and change is not easy. And I always said, if we don't change and people around us are all changing, then we're going to be left behind. So I do empathize with those immediate neighbors about what it is that your concerns are. And I do empathize with you. But having said that, it's very important that we manage the development going forward. And as we always did, we managed it from November 2020 to now. And we should manage it until it gets to the end, and make sure that we have a good development, and make sure that we have $950,000 Section 37 benefit that we're not going to lose if we're going to defer this motion, that will give back to my community, to the local community, as I have moved the motion today. So thank you very much, and thank you for all your indulgence, and thank you for the owner development team, the planning team, and the architect and all that. I'm hopeful that this is going to be a good development. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Councillor Lai. Any additional?
Yeah, I will move. Can I move that the motion to be tabled? Then, yep. I suppose, if no other speakers.
No, so it's been moved, no speakers. So all those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed, the amendment carries. All those in favor of the item as amended? All opposed, that item carries. Okay, thank you.
Could I ask for a recorded vote, please, on the item as amended, please?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lai is asking for a recorded vote. I'll pass it to the clerk.
All those in favor of the item as amended, please raise your hand. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Mantis, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Lai, Councillor Ainsley. That item carries unanimously.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lai. That brings us to next item, 3310, amendment zoning applications for 253 Markham Road and 12, 20, and 30 Dunelm Street, official plan amendment, zoning amendment applications final report. We have one deputant, Peter. Peter, are you online? Peter, you have 5 minutes. Peter, are you there? Can you unmute? Okay, maybe we'll stand on this item. We'll come back to it. So we can move to 3312, 25 Sewells Road, and 182 to 250 Brenyon Way zoning bylaw amendment final report. We have 2 speakers. Thomas Burns, are you online? Hi, Thomas. We can see you.
Hi, madam.
Oh, great. Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I just want to say a few quick words. My name is Thomas Burns, and I'm the president of the Brenyon Way Charitable Foundation and the Ridgeford Charitable Foundation boards of directors. We're a non-profit organization who develop and operate safe and affordable homes in Scarborough. Last year, in partnership with the City of Toronto, we opened our new Ridgeford site, an infill at our existing property at 25 Thunder Grove that contained 247 affordable apartments near the McCowan and Finch neighbourhood in Scarborough. The additional new tower included 186 affordable apartment units. At our Brenyon Way site, we currently own and operate 208 apartments and 112 townhomes. And we're proud to say that we've been part of the Malvern community since 1982. We were looking for an opportunity similar to Ridgeford to develop additional much needed new affordable housing in Scarborough. Again, thanks to the support of the City of Toronto's Open Doors program, which is why Councillor Lai is not getting any of her development fees, and the Scarborough Planning Department, we're here this morning to ask for your support for a bylaw amendment. The amendment would allow for the construction of 317 new affordable housing units in 2 9-story towers at 25 Sewells Road, adjacent to our Brenyon Way site. Thank you for your consideration for our request.
Thank you for your deputation.
I'll answer any questions.
Great. Any questions, the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Thomas. Our next speaker is Doug Stiles. Do we have Doug on the line? Hi, Doug. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Community Council. I'm Doug Stiles with SBN Architects and Planners. We represent Thomas Burns and the Brenyon Way Charitable Foundation. I'd like to thank city staff for all their hard work and support on this open door application for 317 affordable rental housing units, especially Kelsey Taylor and Christian Ventresca, who were phenomenal. We concur with staff recommendations and are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none. Questions of staff? Seeing none speakers on this item, I just briefly, I just want to thank the deputants for coming today. This is the first open doors proposal that I've worked through in Scarborough Rouge Park. And the main question that I've gotten has been, when will it be built? When can I move in? So the community is very excited about this coming, much needed affordable housing in the city. So thank you to city staff and the Brunion Way Charitable Foundation, everybody that has been involved in this project. And I look forward to seeing the shovels in the ground soon. So with that, we can vote on the item. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Okay, I am going to try again 3310. Do we have Peter Thachuk? Peter, are we able to unmute you now?
Hello.
Hi, Peter. We can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me, just give me 1 second here. I was trying to get through to you on phone because I wasn't sure why I wasn't unmuting. I'm Peter Thachuk. I'm a 30-year resident on Scarborough Golf Club Road, just around the corner from this site. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to address you this, I guess, early afternoon. I understand the city has to provide more housing. However, the emphasis has to be on good community-oriented housing and not the warehousing of human beings in 783 units on this valuable, unorganized green space in a community that is currently a parkland acquisition priority community and a designated neighborhood improvement area. There are approximately 500 ground floor units and a number of vertical buildings at the perimeter of this wedge-shaped part of Scarborough Village, north and east of Markham and Eglinton. In addition to the proposal in front of us today, there are 2 other vertical projects in the pipeline in this area that in the aggregate will add 1,500 additional units to this tiny community. Yes, we need affordable housing, but it has to be distributed in an equitable manner throughout the city and not just dumped into an already beleaguered corner. I'm informed that we have 30 different languages representing many cultures in the high rises of Cougar Court directly to the south of the site. This proposal does not address this at-needs area, which desperately requires a culturally sensitive community center and/or a low-cost community gardens on the site that would help to promote food security in the adjacent vertical buildings. To provide a little more context, I was one of the citizen members of the Scarborough Transit Corridor Study 4 that initially addressed this specific site back about 20 years ago. And I can tell you that what planning envisioned here was the development of approximately 100, perhaps up to 200 units, and not the old school towers in the park being proposed here today. In a public meeting held on October 12, 2016, Build Toronto informed the community that this site would be sold and presented a plan proposing 431 units. When questioned as to why they were coming to us if they were selling the site, Build Toronto responded by saying the site would be sold with an understanding that density or built form, once determined, would not be increased even marginally. Since then, we have seen the density increase to 600 plus units, and then at the second community consultation held in spring 2021, we were told 780 units, and now magically today we are at 783 units. According to the 2016 Census Canada neighborhood profile, Scarborough Village has more than our pro rata share of high rises. This and other important facts are all laid out in a comprehensive slide deck presented to city planners back on February 16, 2022. If you didn't get it, I can provide it. Please be aware that site ingress and egress is via Denelm Street because any direct access to Markham Road is eliminated because of the Markham Road flyover. This creates an unsafe and hazardous condition for the community. As I understand the official plan, the apartment's designation implies medium rise, not high rise. So please stop trying to solve Toronto's housing woes by overbuilding in communities ill-equipped to deal with more density while protecting other not-at-needs neighborhoods. As a suggestion, what about 100 to 200 units of affordable housing in conjunction with an appropriate community center or community gardens on this site? Let's create better cities. Part of that includes maintaining our tree canopy that creates oxygen so that we all may continue to breathe. I want to thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Peter. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none. Questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers on this item? Councillor Ainsley. Sorry, you're not unmuted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry about that. I will move the recommendations in the report.
Okay, Councillor Ainsley is moving staff recommendations. And you have an amendment, I believe? Technical amendment?
Yes, I do. There's a technical amendment as well. Sorry.
Okay, so we'll move that, display that first. Okay, all those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? The amendment carries. All those in favor of the item as amended? All those opposed? That item carries. Okay, we now move to the timed items for 10:30. And then after that will be, the next item will be the cycling report, and then we'll move to the other items. So before we do that, some of these timed items do not have deputations, so we can quick release those. So SC 3353, application for a fenced exemption, 16 Corton Drive, Ward 21. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move recommendation 2, which is to grant the application for an exemption permit.
Okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Item 3355, application to remove a private tree, 107 Oak Ridge Drive, confirming no deputants? Correct. Okay. Councillor Crawford?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move staff recommendations to deny the request to remove the tree.
Okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. I also believe, Councillor Lai, you had asked to hold 3324. I think you just had brief remarks. Did you want to do that now? We can dispense of that item as well?
Yes, please, Madam Chair, yes. I would just like to quickly speak to the item because, Libin Gabranowski is executive director of Taibu Health Center in Melbourne, and he's been there 14 years. I just wanted to commend him, and the reason why I recommended his name to be named the street after him was because I feel that he's done a great job, not only to the Black community, but to the community at large in Scarborough especially. And during COVID, we had problem with some mask in my ward and then with the testing kit as well. And he's very, very happy to share his resources. And, to me, I think he is, this is a very well-deserved recognition, and just wanted to make sure that I just speak for this before we just kind of move to adopt the motion, which I think we did, but we open it. Do we need to re-vote on this one?
Yeah, we will. And I'll just add, had I known that this was being named after Liban and that was Liban, I too would have said accolades and thank yous to him too. So thank you for pointing that out. I didn't see the last name on there, so I didn't know that that's who it was. And Deputy Mayor Thompson is also adding some accolades, I think.
Yeah, just to say me too. He has been a fantastic builder and contributor to so many, and in fact, he is a local hero. And Councillor Lai is right by pointing out that he seeks to help everyone, and I think that really is a spirit in terms of how we should move and direct ourselves in terms of governing ourselves in the City of Toronto, where we are not specifically focusing on one group, but yes, focus on the group that are in needs, but creating opportunities where we help everyone to incorporate all the services and resources and so on, so we provide a helping hand so we'll all succeed together, because really that is the spirit in which this city is moving, and that's the spirit that our mayor is taking our city. So Lieben has been such a treasure, and he is just such a fascinatingly calm person who is so community-minded, even in the face of strong opposition to making things happen. He doesn't raise his voice. He's calm. He looks to bring others on to add to the community assets of benefits. And I think it's extremely important that we honor him. And I'm very much in support of the local councillor, Councillor Lai, and her leadership on this and supporting a great, great Canadian. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lai, and apologies, you had some problems connecting at the beginning, so we didn't get to hold that for you. So, Councillor Lai, you're moving staff recommendation, or the recommendations here, which I guess are your recommendations too. All
Yes.
those in favor?
Yes, please.
All those opposed? That carries. Okay, so if we go back to the timed items, we can maybe start.
Madam
we
Chair.
have.
Oh, sorry. Just a question for you, just a point of order. On 3326, are there many speakers, or you held that one? Were you going to dispense with
There
that?
was a speaker.
There was a speaker?
There
Okay.
is a speaker, yeah. So all remaining items have speakers, and then there's the cycling report as well. Okay, so the next one is SC 33, the next timed item is SC 3351, application for a fence exemption, 104 Glen Shepherd Avenue. And we have two speakers. We may only have time for one before the lunch break at 12:30. The first speaker is Rebecca Singh. Rebecca, are you online or present? Rebecca, are you there? You can unmute, please.
Okay.
Hi.
My name is Rebecca Singh.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm here. Okay, sure. Thank you so much. My name is Rebecca Singh. I'm a homeowner at 104 Glen Shepherd in Scarborough, and I've put forth a fence exemption application. And the reason I put forth this application, I put everything, I did it to the best of my abilities, the pictures, and fill out the application and did the measurements and everything myself. It was due to ongoing disputes that I'm actually currently even having with my neighbor related to security, privacy, damage, and a peace of mind, loss of usage in my backyard. And I've tried to resolve this with the other party, but however, it was unsuccessful. I was able to the bylaw officer came and gave me a notice, and I spoke to him, and he told me I can actually apply for this fence exemption. So that's what I did. I moved forward and I did that. And so everything is in the application itself. And I just am happy to have an opportunity to be able to speak to council. And if you have any questions, you can feel free to give me, just let me know.
Thank you. Are there questions of the applicant? Councillor Crawford, actually, before we do that, is everybody okay? Can we just extend to finish this item and then we'll have lunch? All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, we'll finish this item. Councillor Crawford, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. So just to clarify then, you put this addition onto the existing fence because of challenges you're having with a neighbor, is that correct?
Well, basically what had happened is I built up a regular fence according to the zoning law requirements, and the neighbor had placed 6 cameras on their home, and 5 of the cameras are facing my home, and 1 directly into my backyard. We tried to ask them if they can reposition it, but it was very unsuccessful. And so I had, as I said, ongoing disputes that I have spoken to the Toronto police, and the police officer has suggested me putting something there to block the camera view. And so that's why I decided to have some panels put up there. So it's basically the panels that are blocking the camera view that's facing directly into my backyard.
Okay, so and I'm noticing in the pictures, I think it's attachment number 4, that you have an area in the middle that you didn't put up the addition. Was that because it didn't impact the I guess, the cameras that you were originally looking to.
That's correct.
Okay, so
That's correct.
There's cameras on, looks like on the left and the right side, but that is specifically to block the cameras for privacy.
That's correct.
And just with regards to just the material that you used, you just looks like that's just plywood you would have just used instead of using the same material that you would have used to erect the fence. Is that what that is?
Yes, that's plywood. That's correct.
Okay, and again, I'm just, and this is just, I'm more on the aesthetic. I understand the rationale that you've done on the privacy, but even with that kind of plywood, it's going to deteriorate fairly quickly in the elements. I just want to know if you had considered that when you put up the plywood. It doesn't impact the privacy, but it will, pretty sure after a year or two, look pretty dark and weathered.
Unfortunately, I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. Okay, those are all my questions, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Our next speaker is Wayne Long. Wayne, do we have you online? Hi, Wayne. Can we ask you to unmute? You have 5 minutes?
Hello?
Hi, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, hi. So I'm the neighbor that she's talking about. My name is Wayne. She did make it was an issue with the cameras. We showed them that it didn't intrude on their backyard. We actually showed her mother a video of the footage of the camera, and they weren't happy with that, but it didn't show nothing in the camera. So they did call the police. The police did come to the house. The police did look at the cameras, and the police said there's no issue here of privacy or invasion of privacy. So as far as the cameras go, I believe that matter was closed. And going forward, they erected this thing on the fence, which is an eyesore. And I just became aware of this notice of the fence exemption just a couple of days ago. And to my knowledge, aren't they supposed to put a posting that's visible for the community to see? As such, there's no posting that I see that would inform us of this exemption. And furthermore, the fence is erected on the wrong side of the property line. And this is according to the survey that they had done. The property line was clearly marked, and then as such, the fence was on the wrong side. So therefore, going forward, we filed a small claims action, which is now pending in the court.
Are you complete your deputation?
Oh,
there we go. Wayne, are you done your deputation?
Yeah, so right now we're just waiting for our day in court, in small claims court, to determine whether the fence has to be moved onto their property and off ours.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions of the deputant?
Yeah, it's Councillor Crawford here.
Go ahead.
So thank you, sir, for coming in. Thank you for coming in. So I'm just curious on the fence that was erected on the back. So you're claiming that, first of all, who erected the fence? Was that you or your neighbor?
The neighbor.
The neighbor erected that, but you are suggesting that they actually erected that on your property or on your side of the property line?
That's correct.
Okay, so there's a dispute there, and that's going to small claims court. So that would mean that even this addition, could potentially be on. Now, in the event that it was on your property, your request would be for it to move it. Now, how far into your property have you alleged that it is?
Up to about maybe 2 feet in certain spots.
2 feet in certain spots. It's not.
Yeah.
Okay. And when was that fence put in?
The fence was put in 2020. We brought it to their attention in 21. That's less than a year that the fence was erected, that it needs to be moved.
Okay. So have you had any other issues, concerns, confrontations with your neighbors other than what has been described as the cameras in the backyard that may be overlooking their privacy?
Just like foolishness, like silly things, like when we're clearing the snow or putting too much snow on their side of the driveway. My dad likes to fit in the backyard, and they complain that he's making weird noises. It's just foolishness. My concern is just really the fence on the wrong side of the property line.
Okay, so so a question then. You're mentioning you have like strange noises, other negative interactions with your neighbor. Wouldn't this fence, the increase of the fence, help both sides on the disputes or concerns that you're having?
No, not really. I think everything kind of settled down once we served them with papers for small claims court. Since then, we try to avoid each other.
So, okay, when you say things have quietened or slowed down, can you give me how often would you interact with the neighbors on this issue prior to them putting up this barrier?
When the mother was out, I would approach my father. I'm never here because I'm at work during the day when it happens. My father's retired and her mother's retired. So
Okay.
I guess there's instances where they're both outside and they cross paths and then words are exchanged.
Okay, Madam Chair, I think I have all my questions answered.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Crawford. That completes questions of deputants. Any questions of staff?
Yeah, can I have questions of staff?
Yep, go ahead, Councillor Crawford.
So to the appropriate staff, and this has more to do, I think, with the property line dispute on where the fence is. I wasn't aware of that until the deputant just mentioned that. Are you aware of that issue and that it's at small claims court? And I guess there's not much the city can do about that until it's resolved.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, that was something that I was not aware of as well, Councillor Crawford, and that would be something that would be resolved in the setting that that was described by the witness.
And from, I guess, I don't know if it was you or one of your other colleagues who did the site visit to this house initially, but did you either acknowledge or recognize that there were concerns around privacy with cameras that may have been in the backyard of the neighbor, hence the reason why they put up this barrier or higher barrier?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, I was not the individual who attended the property, but it would have been more than likely articulated at that time. And I guess at that point, the path to an exemption would have been offered.
Okay. Okay, I think those are all my questions.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, additional questions, staff? Seeing none, speakers on this item?
I'll speak to the item.
Councillor Crawford?
I'm going to be moving number 2 to grant the application for the exemption permit. This is a challenging one. First of all, I have not had any conversations with either of the neighbors on this. They did not contact my office. I did reach out to MLS when I found out this was happening. And I guess one of the other challenges, and colleagues, you well aware, I was looking at the opportunity to just defer this for, until I'd had a chance to go down and see if we could resolve this between the two neighbors. It doesn't sound as if, just based on the conversation, that could happen quickly. And this is our last community council meeting really till the new year. And I don't think it would be appropriate or fair to be leaving this for another 6 months to try to get resolved. And by then, maybe it had gone to small claims court. I'm not sure. But it sounds as if there are cameras in the backyard, and we have all dealt with those issues, whether on their front or back, and the concerns about privacy, and whether or not the police have suggested or somebody suggested there's no issue. I think from the residents' perspective, just hearing the deputation, that there is a concern for them. So I recognize that concern for privacy in a backyard. My challenge also too is really when you're looking at how they were put. I mean, it would have been much nicer and better. I would encourage the resident to at least look at staining or painting these, because it would have been a little bit nicer, I think. And I recognize the aesthetics, but when we're looking at the exemption, we can't really deal with the aesthetics. So I would encourage them to at least make it look nicer and more appealing. Again, stain it or do something with that. But I think at this point, and again, it's not, as I said, not appropriate to defer. But I will move that recommendation to allow the exemption on this particular site. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other speakers to this item? Okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Okay, so it is now lunch, and we will reconvene at 1:30. Just so people know the order of things when we come back, we'll be completing the timed items. Just give me a second, I will tell you those ones. So the order will be SC 3352, followed by SC 3356, SC 3357, and then we will move up to the cycling network plan and then the balance of the items. Okay, thank you. Enjoy your lunch. See you at 1:30.
Are you the only speaker? Jennifer? This is the only speaker at 26.
26, yeah.
I am pulling
out all the things because I have to go pick up my father from the hospital. Okay, thank you. So that's everything for 20.
Thank you. Good to see you. Good luck with your father. Okay, so how many items do you guys have left?
So there are
Hello, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Crawford. I just need one more person for quorum, and then we can get started. We're just going to go live, and then we could get started. We have quorum now. Okay, thank you. Meeting 33 Scarborough Community Council has resumed. We do have one quick release. There is no longer a deputant on SC 33.26 Metrolink Scarborough Subway Extension long-term temporary road closures, emergency exit buildings at Scarborough Centre Station. Unless anybody likes to hold this, I do have a technical amendment that I can move on behalf of Councillor Thompson, and then we can dispense with the item. Okay, seeing no holds, so I'll move the technical amendment. Okay. Great. All in favor of the amendment? All opposed? The amendment carries. All of those in favor of the item as amended? All opposed? That item carries. Okay, so we're back to the timed items. So the next one is SC 33.52, application for offense exemption 541 Birchmount Road, Ward 20. And the deputant is Bablu Khan. Do we have Bablu on the line? Okay, so they're not on the line. Okay, we can hold the item and come back to it. The next one is SC 33.54, application to remove a private tree, 41 Glensdown Drive. We have a speaker, Marilyn. Marilyn is in the room. We'll just give her a moment to get started. Marilyn, when you're ready, you have 5 minutes.
Over here? Yeah. It's been very interesting this morning. I have 7 things I want to talk to you about, talking points. First, I want to introduce myself. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. My name is Marilyn Rasmussen. I live at 41 Green Downs Drive and have for 30 years. I'm a 72-year-old widow, empty nester, immigrant, retired teacher of 39 years, 25 of which were spent at Bendale BTI. Point number 2. The reason I am here is to ask you to permit me to cut down the blue spruce in my front yard. Its mess and danger increases my burden as I continue to age. Number 3, my goal is to age in place. I want to live in my home for as long as I can, on my own terms, with dignity and independence. To enhance this experience, I am making my life as simple as possible. Number 4, I've taken steps to help myself age in place. I turned my backyard into a mini meadow by feeding birds, letting my lawn grow, planting many local types of flower seeds. I've reduced what I own by 75%. I bought a RoboVac so I never have to sweep my crawl space again, made changes to my bathroom to accommodate my future needs. I've replaced my outdoor furniture with teak chairs and tables so that they can winter out. Hired a lawn service, have a wonderful neighbor who snow blows my driveway. Number 5, the maintenance this tree requires. Continuously, this tree drops messy pine cones, needles, branches that have to be cut up, bundled or bagged and set out to be picked up in the summer or stored until spring in the winter. I'm concerned that during storms, this tree will cause property damage, and following storms, there's always a big cleanup. This tree was planted too close to the house. Its roots have interfered with my sewage line, which is inconvenient, stressful, and expensive. Its proximity to the house means its debris, has to be removed from the eaves a few times a year, which is not a safe task for me. Number 6, I share with you my arborist report. Pruning. In order to have a clear view from the front window for safety reasons, pruning has already been completed in the lower canopy. No other pruning has been recommended for the tree as it will throw off the balance of the tree and make it a potential hazard. Maintenance and upkeep. While there isn't much involved in the way of pruning, cones fall from the tree and make it difficult to maintain the lawn without picking up the cones. As an aging homeowner, this has become difficult to complete physically and has incurred additional cost in lawn maintenance. Location. This tree is located in close proximity to the house on an inclined area of the lot. It is the tallest standing front yard tree in the area, and because of this, it is susceptible to any strong winds or storm activity. Given the blue spruce track record in the last 5 years of storms, total tree failure has become a concern. Climate change has made microburst predictions difficult. Secondary power runs through the canopy of the tree. If there were any large limbs or total tree failure, power could be lost to the house, and this could be catastrophic during a storm or a weather event. Last, number 7, how you can help me age in place. Allow me to remove this tree. Help me age in place with peace of mind, to be free of this tree's safety issues, ongoing cleanup, and expenses. Help me be free of this burden.
Okay, thank you for your deputation. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Questions of staff?
Yeah, I do. It's Councillor Crawford here.
Go ahead.
So staff, can you did go out and inspect the tree, and I've read the reports, but can you just remind us again, this tree is healthy, it is maintainable. Can you just answer that quickly?
Through the chair, that's correct. The arborist report submitted puts the tree in good condition, and our inspection of the tree verified that as well.
Okay, and our policies do not allow us to make decisions necessarily on, I guess, nuisance or problem trees as part of the our canopy. Would that be correct? We
Through the chair, that's correct. There's nothing in the bylaw that allows us to approve removal of a healthy tree for these reasons.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions, Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask, so just to refresh my memory, the kind of the threshold is 30 centimeters in diameter for somebody to come in and ask for a permit to remove a tree, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And this is a red oak tree that's 58 centimeters in diameter, so almost twice that.
Through the chair, no, this is actually a blue spruce.
Sorry, blue spruce.
46 centimeters.
Okay. And so when we talk about, so the city staff went in and they seemed to be in conflict with the homeowner's arborist report. The urban forestry staff inspected the 2 trees there, said one could go. The other one, though, is what you would consider fairly healthy.
Through the chair, I believe you're confusing this report with the Oakwood report.
Sorry, am I on the wrong report? My apologies.
There you are. This is Oak Ridge, Paul, or this you're talking about Oak Ridge, which is the next one coming up.
My apologies. Sorry. But
Okay.
same question. You would consider this tree in healthy condition?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Any additional questions of staff? Speakers on this item? Councillor Crawford.
Yeah, I'll speak to the item. Yeah, I'd like to move the staff recommendations, which are to deny the request for the permit to remove 1 tree. Marilyn, I do respect and thank you, first of all, for coming here today to depute. And I understand, I think all of us here today understand the concerns. And as you mentioned on a number of different items of why you want us to take us down, you talked about the maintenance of it. You talked that it was a nuisance. It was an increased burden as you're getting older. I recognize that. I am doing the same, as I'm starting to age, and there are challenges. But when you're looking at our ability to really remove trees, that can't be one of the judgments or one of the things that we look at, unfortunately. We have a big responsibility to maintain the tree canopy across the city. And I think most of us at Community Council on Council do a reasonably good job at doing that. And it's challenging for some residents when a tree turns into more of a nuisance than they would like. But unfortunately, we don't have that ability, nor should we be removing trees because of that reason. So on that, I will be moving to deny the request for the removal of this tree.
Okay, any questions? Councillor Ainsley? Or speakers, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also going to be supporting the request not to remove the tree and supporting our staff. A 46 centimeter tree in diameter, I understand the issues that the homeowner is having about unwanted maintenance, but I also have to support our forestry staff who've gone out and inspected it and think that it's in fairly good shape. 46 centimeters in diameter, well beyond the 30 centimeter threshold for having a tree removed. And once again, I'm going to point to the forestry staff's Bible, as I know some forestry staff refer to it as entitled "Every Tree Counts." And a tree of this size not only brings benefit to the immediate homeowner, but also to the neighborhood as a whole. And as we're fighting climate change and trying to maintain our environment, I'm in full agreement with that. Every tree does count, especially one that's very healthy like this and brings a lot of benefits to the neighborhood. So I will not be supporting its removal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any additional speakers to this item? Okay, on the staff recommendations, all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. I'm going to go back to see if we have on 3352 Babalu Khan on the line now. No.
Madam Speaker, we could dispense of this. I did go out to the site yesterday and had a conversation with the owner.
Okay, go ahead.
If that would help.
Yep.
So I would like to, first of all, I'd like to move a motion. I believe it's an amendment or motion number 3. I worked on staff with this. This is kind of a compromise motion that's there. So I did go out to the property yesterday. I did speak with Babalu, and he recognized the challenges of putting up the fence. And really, it's a sightline issue. I get that there are challenges, and it's a very busy street. It's a busy TTC spot that is in front of his house, and there are a number of people there when I was there. So he's really looking at privacy. He's building a new house, and he's just trying to maintain some privacy in the front yard, which I totally understand. So I had no issue with giving them the ability, the exemption to put up the fence in the front. But of course, and city staff had looked at that too on the street side, and what they suggested to him is they angle it so you have a better line of sight for cars that are turning at the intersection of that street that he lives on. Same on the other side, you need to have that proper sight line viewing for the neighbor who drives out onto the street. You have a sidewalk and then you have the street. So I did discuss that with him. He didn't quite get all of the intricacies of what needs to happen, but I think he's generally, he does know he has to change what is there and what the pictures that you have seen. So I worked with staff, they've been out there too. And as I said, this is a compromise that will allow him privacy, but also look at the importance of safety when you're looking at that particular little area in front of the TTC stop. So I'm moving that, and hopefully that will resolve the issue.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Crawford has made the motion. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carried. Okay, great. So the next item is SC 33.56, application to remove a private tree, 29 Will Stephen Drive. We have one speaker, Imran Bachcha. Do we have Imran online? Hi, Imran. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, hi. You can hear me?
We can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, so first of all, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for allowing me today. As we know that the trees are very important to keep environment healthy, and there are lots of advantage to have a more healthy tree in our community. And I'm really appreciate the city is trying to plant every day lots of new trees, right? And the city has refused my applications because the tree is very healthy. But the other side, I have an issue and big concern is safety. Safety of my family, safety of my property, safety of my kids. Because as you know, the trees is very huge and the branches are very up high. I'm not able to trim it. And most of the branches are spread on my kid's bedroom actually. So I cannot imagine the day if some branches fall down during the night time and during the bad weather. And as we know that the Axbridge incident happened, I think, few weeks ago. So the main concern is safety, and even my kids cannot play in the backyard because they're scared, and so many times the loose branches fall down, and even in strong windy, they're making a very scary noise. So they're not able to enjoy the summer, not able to play freely outside, and even some during the bad storm, during the night time also it's making very scary noise. So sometimes they wake up middle of the night. So I would really appreciate if city grant me the permission to remove this tree. And as the city approve it, I will plant a new tree as I know that the trees are very important for us.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Ainsley.
If my wife online can please speak.
Sir, have you seen the comments from the City of Toronto's urban forestry staff about having the tree pruned and maintained?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, sir, I was asking if you'd seen the comments in the report from the City of Toronto forestry staff that said your tree was in fairly good shape but did need pruning.
Yes. I did, yeah, I did the forest report. I did check forest report, yes.
Okay. Have you had it pruned at all or pruned on a regular basis?
But the branches are very high, so I'm not able to prune it.
No, but have you hired a forestry company to prune it?
No.
Okay. Because one of the concerns, sir, and I think I speak for a number of my colleagues, you know, this is quite a large tree. It's 124 centimeters in diameter. And so it's probably quite old. But our forestry staff don't see a lot of concerns with it other than it needs pruning. Do you have any comments on that, sir?
What does it mean pruning? Means I have to
trimming the branches.
Trimming the branches?
Yeah.
How many times will I trim the branches? And it's very high, so it's very costly for me to hire every time, you know.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there questions of staff? Okay, speakers on this item. Councillor Ainsley.
I'll move the staff recommendations.
Okay, Councillor Ainsley's moving staff recommendations. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Okay, we are going to check. We think that the previous deputant has connected. Do we have Babu on the line? Hi, we're just asking the caller, can you identify yourself? We've just unmuted you.
Are you, which one is it?
Hi, we're looking for, which item are you here to speak to?
Grant Faulkner?
Nope. Okay, sorry, we're not on that item. You can keep holding. We're trying to find somebody on item 33. Sorry, what number is it? 56? 54? Do we have Bablu Khan on the line? Item 52. Okay, we can't identify the speaker on the line. Okay, we will continue. The next item is SC 3357, application to remove a private tree, 18 Roderick Drive. We have one deputant, David Thompson. Do we have David on the line?
I'm here.
Hi, David. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. David Thompson. I'm actually the owner of number 20 Roderick, next door to 18. I'd like to start my review by going over a few facts about Norway maples in general and our tree in particular. Norway maples have a dense canopy and crowd out other vegetation. They have a surface root system prone to girding, which will eventually kill the tree. Branches weaken with age and are prone to breakage, which is a safety issue. Seeds typically form in the spring, ripen over summer, and cast off in September and October. This tree drops most of its immature seeds in spring, indicating the tree is under stress. The leaves are susceptible to tar spot, which presents as large, unsightly black spots on the leaves. This tree is severely infected with tar spot fungus. Leaves are waxy and not favorable to caterpillars. Therefore, Norway maples do not provide a food source for birds. City of Toronto website states that Norway maples are an invasive, destructive species and is currently removing them from ravines throughout the city. They also are prone to Eupitia canker, which presents as round swellings on the bark. This tree has these symptoms. Life expectancy of a Norway maple in the city environment where they struggle for nutrients and adequate water is 60 to 70 years. Our tree was probably planted as a 10-year-old sapling by the original owner in 1970. We estimate the tree to be 60 years of age and likely approaching the end of its life cycle. The area under the tree canopy is 1,970 square feet. 68% of that area is hard surface, consisting of asphalt driveways, and concrete city sidewalk. It has aggressive root growth in a never-ending struggle to find nutrients and water. Our issues. Our garage is part of our basement and the floor is 3 feet below grade. The driveway slopes down from the city sidewalk to the garage door, and there's a drain located in the middle of the driveway in front of the garage door. The asphalt is graded in such a way as to direct the water to the drain. 24 months ago, the previous owner replaced the driveway because it was so severely damaged by erupting roots spreading underneath the asphalt. Several roots were cut at that time. We took ownership 18 months ago, and last summer 2 new cracks appeared in the driveway radiating from the tree. During winter freeze-thaw cycles, water runs down the driveway, into the cracks, and under the asphalt where it freezes. The expanding ice heaves the asphalt. The heaving has altered the grade of the asphalt, and water running down the side of the driveway is directed into the garage. Water entering the garage flows to the sides and has damaged the walls. The bottom 3 feet of drywall in the garage is water damaged, stained with black mold, and needs to be replaced. Water also penetrates under the cinder block wall that separates the garage from our basement hallway. I had to remove 10 feet of drywall, studs, and insulation due to black mold. I also had to damp-proof the wall from the inside. Since there is water under the asphalt, it penetrates under the concrete floor of the garage. Successive freeze-thaw cycles have heaved and cracked the concrete floor. The garage floor will need to be replaced, and that's happening later this year at a cost of $15,000. The drywall will also have to be removed and replaced in the garage. After every rain and windstorm, branches fall off the tree. When these breaks happen in winter, they present an open wound on the tree in spring. When sap begins to flow, it literally rains sap on the driveway. Between falling branches and dripping sap, we are unable to park our car in the driveway. By way of recap, this Norway maple was planted by a well-intentioned but woefully misinformed homeowner some 50 years ago. It's the wrong tree in the wrong location. Its root system is causing significant damage and costly repairs to the current owners. Our renovation plans include new landscaping, which will include the planting of 4 new trees of appropriate size and in the right location. I understand the concern surrounding removal of an apparently healthy tree. However, as a homeowner, I have a responsibility to maintain and protect my property in a safe and cost-effective manner. In light of what I have presented here today, I respectfully disagree with the decision made by Urban Forestry and ask this council to allow the issuance of a permit to remove this tree. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there questions? So I have questions. So you provided an arborist report, and the arborist report indicated that the tree was in poor health and had tar spots?
Yes.
Okay. If it's replaced, there's a requirement for, I believe it's 5 trees, and you said you think you can accommodate 4, and then you'd have to provide catch and lieu for the others. So maybe can you just speak to your tree replanting plan? And this is a Norway maple, which is invasive, so what would you be planting instead?
So this is a discussion I've also had with my neighbor, Peter. Next to the tree's actually right on the property line that separates our 2 properties, and we're both in total agreement that we'd like to have it removed. He's planning to plant a white oak in his front yard, but obviously further away from the driveway. We're planning to put in 4 emerald, eastern emerald cedars in the back and a Japanese fire maple in the front, in the middle of the front yard, away from the driveway.
So you're planning to remove 1 invasive tree and replace 6 native species?
With 5 trees.
5 trees. So, sorry.
Between myself and my neighbor.
Okay, so 3 in your backyard, 1 in your front, and 1 on your neighbor's yard?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions? Okay, thank you for your deputation. Speakers to this item? Okay, given, I have a motion. So given this is a Norway...
Madam Speaker, I had questions of staff.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Urban Forestry staff, on page 2, of the report, in the middle it says tree roots are not physically capable of exerting enough force to lift or crack properly constructed and maintained driveways. However, proper drainage is not provided, heaving and cracking may occur. So in the case of this residence, what they're describing from their driveway and issues that they're having with the foundation, it's not being caused, in your opinion, by the tree. Is that my understanding?
Through the chair, that's correct. When roots are growing, they're looking for air and water, and so they can't make that damage. But if that damage is already there, they will grow into those spaces.
Okay, so for example, the drainage pipe, if it's got a crack in it and it's leaking water from inside out, the tree root will be attracted to that water and grow into the pipe. And the same with the foundation, for whatever reason, if there's water leaking through the foundation, the tree roots will grow into those cracks, expand in the cracks, and then cause upheaval of both the foundation or the driveway, as well as the first example I used, a drainage pipe. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. So I have a motion.
Could I just make a comment here?
Okay, I have a motion. So just given that this is an invasive species, they are going to plant 5 others. There was an arborist report indicating the tar spots, or as the deputy spoke, and the quality of the tree. I'm normally not one to agree with taking down a tree, but I do think we have a strategy that is needed for Norway maples, and many people that contact me about this one in particular, given that it's invasive. So on that basis, I'm moving the recommendation to approve the permit pending combination of the appropriate on-site and or on lieu, but hopefully I strongly hope that these will be accommodated on-site. So with that, any additional speakers?
Have a recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote. All those in favor?
Recorded vote, please.
All those in favor, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Lai, Councillor Mantas. All those opposed, Councillor Ainsley. That carries.
Okay, that brings us to item 25. SC 3325 Toronto Cycling Network Plan, what's next in Scarborough? There is a 10-minute presentation from city staff.
Thank you. This is Katie. May I have permission to share screen? I'm now the center. Okay, I'll start to share, and then Matt, you can start to speak.
Okay, thanks. Good afternoon, council members and everyone. I'd like to thank you for having us here today. Wanted to talk to you a little bit about the cycling network plan and in particular its elements in Scarborough. And just to put some context to this, this is part of a response to the Scarborough Opportunity Report that was generated by UTSC. In general, myself, Katie, and a lot of the other folks at Transportation Services that deal with the cycling network agree with many of the things that were presented in that report. That report does cover a lot more than just cycling, though. And so what we just wanted to make sure is that we talk about what we're doing from the cycling plan perspective today. By all means, if there are other opportunities that this committee would like to have us come back and talk about other things in the report, more than happy to do that. So just wanted to set the stage for today's presentation. And on that note, I'll turn it over to Katie, who is the project manager in charge of this work. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. So I'll start with a quick recap of some of the recently completed cycling projects in Scarborough before sharing a brief overview of how the cycling network plan has evolved over the last several years spending most of our time today on the bikeway projects in the near-term program, leaving time for any questions at the end. From 2019 to 2021, 13 kilometers of new bikeways were installed in Scarborough and 4 kilometers were upgraded. On the map, the dark red identifies new projects completed, purple is for active TO, which was recently approved as permanent, and pink is for upgrades and the addition of wayfinding routes. To give you a glimpse of some of these projects, we have the closed gap of the waterfront trail on Kingston Road near Glen Everest Road, the newly constructed section of the Highland Creek Trail, and near the Highland Creek Trail, the extended bikeway on Ellesmere Road. The Commons Road upgrade, which was initially upgraded to cycle tracks in 2020, is getting an even more exciting upgrade this year through the street art barrier curb, featuring local artists and the theme, Our Roots Through Nature, Body, Mind, Spirit, Soul. Some zones have been completed already and even more are underway. In 2016, the city released the 10-year cycling network plan. It illustrated the 10-year vision for the full city, including the district of Scarborough. This plan was based on public consultation, analysis of available data sets related to cycling impact, and a snapshot of what was known about capital infrastructure projects at that time. Council requested a report back on the 10-year plan after a couple of years, and staff shared an update in 2019. The 2019 update changed the framework of the cycling network plan. It maintained the larger network of routes from the 10-year plan, but moved away from this as a finite network and put other routes back on the table as options in both the short term and the long term. To be more responsive to the timelines of capital infrastructure coordination, the network plan is now presented with a 3-year outlook, and there is ongoing long-term planning grounded by the notions that whenever there is new development or other opportunities for redesigning our streets, cycling should be considered. The 2019 update included more recent data sets and analyses, targeted stakeholder engagement with neighborhood improvement areas, which was connected to a greater focus on equity, and the newly structured timeline helps with accountability and coordination. This slide shows a visual overview of that new framework and the 3 key components, the near-term program, the major citywide routes, and the long-term vision. The 2019 plan illustrated the major citywide cycling network, which is essentially an evolution of the major corridor studies identified in 2016 that connect the city from east to west and north to south, and that serve as the backbone from which the neighborhood routes extend. At the end of 2021, about 40% of this 500-kilometer network was in place, and the goal is to build it out fully by 2041. The near-term program endorsed by Council last year is for 2022 to 2024. In Scarborough, the near-term program includes 10 kilometers of new bikeway projects that were already underway at the time of this report at the end of 21, another 15 kilometers of new bikeways to be started, some of which are actually now underway as well, 8 kilometers of upgrades, 40 kilometers for study, some of which may be possible to begin installing in this near term too, and 15 kilometers that are already approved but will take more time to install. And I'll take you through these projects now. There are many bikeway projects already approved that are now in construction or approaching construction, including Steeles Avenue East, a new extension to Morningside Avenue, Lawrence Avenue East at the far east end, Port Union Road, Brimley Road at Bluffers Park, the Finch Hydro Corridor Trail between Pharmacy and Birchmount, a section of the Meadowway between Ellesmere and Nielsen Road, as well as upgrades to Huntingwood Drive coming with upcoming roadwork, and the addition of physical separation wherever possible to the recently installed Exington Avenue bike lanes. There we go. And there are 2 major projects that have already been approved that are going to take beyond the near-term horizon to be completed. These are the outstanding sections of the Meadowway and the Scarborough Waterfront East Trail, many sections of which are already in detailed design. There are several major feasibility studies that have recently started. These are the Warden Corridor Bikeway Feasibility and Public Realm Study, the Victoria Park Avenue Complete Street Feasibility Study, the Finch Corridor Trail Gap Feasibility Study, and the Galloway Road Complete Street Feasibility Study. Depending on outcomes of this work, some sections may be possible to implement in the near term. Additionally, we have several projects in the early stages that are targeting near-term implementation, pending City Council approval. These include the entire length of Scarborough Golf Club Road alongside some connecting neighborhood routes, Danforth Avenue extending from the recently installed bikeway, which currently goes to Victoria Park, continuing to Kingston Road, and then along Kingston Road, ultimately to Scarborough Golf Club Road. And with that project, it is also Birchmount Road between Kingston and Danforth, which will tie into the signed waterfront route in the area. And upgrades are also planned for the bike lanes on Shepherd Avenue East, extending from the Port Union Road bikeway that is underway. This list continues the major corridors and key links that will soon have further study initiated to understand how they can be implemented, including more of Ellesmere Road, the Dentonia Trail connection, Eglinton Avenue East, a parallel corridor study of Midland and Brimley, as well as Copperfield Road. As Matt mentioned, there is a lot of alignment between the city's plans and the plans shared by the University of Toronto Scarborough team, and there's even more work going on in the division and the city more broadly that I didn't capture today, other transportation area plans, other Vision Zero safety improvements, sidewalk improvements, major transit projects that will include bikeways and bike share plans. It could be the focus of a future presentation. We know progress in Scarborough for active transportation to date has been slow, and we also know this is changing. And the number of kilometers and the quality of projects that are actively in consultation, in design, and in construction demonstrate that the city is committed to providing more mobility options and opportunities for people who live and travel in Scarborough. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay. Seeing no questions, I have been advised that the...
Sorry, Madam Chair, it's Councillor Ainsley. I had some questions.
Your camera's not on. Do you mind turning your camera on? I don't know what's going on there.
My apologies. Not sure what happened.
Okay, there we go. Go ahead, Councillor Ainsley.
Not sure what happened. Katie, could you explain the difference in the slide deck? For example, Scarborough Golf Club Road. I've already had a couple of community meetings about it, and we were supposed to have a walking tour, which unfortunately got canceled. But I thought it was a project that was well underway, but you have it listed on the slide deck under feasibility studies.
That one was a tricky one to decide actually where we were going to list it. We ended up grouping it on that slide because it doesn't have approval yet. So most of the other projects that are farther underway have gone through council approval. And you are correct, Scarborough Golf Club Road, I would say from an effort and work perspective is underway, but it will still come to council for approval to install that work. So that was the decision for separating that way.
Okay. When do you expect that to go to council? Because I'm a bit confused, and I think because my residents, along with myself, I think we thought that project was approved and well underway.
From my understanding, the project is endorsed. All the projects that were included in the near-term plan received endorsement to go forward with this work. I believe there's still another phase of public consultation coming up. And after that consultation phase is when the report to council would come as one of those quarterly cycling installation reports. But we can double check with our colleagues on the delivery team to confirm that timeline.
Okay. All right. And then the other one I was a bit, the slide deck with the waterfront trail eastern portion. My understanding is that's not funded yet. Is that correct?
That is my understanding. I believe my colleague who works on the trail side of things mentioned discussions are advancing, like work is advancing to get there, but I believe you're correct, the funding is not yet secured.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Oh, and I guess my last question, there's a couple of areas, I guess it's the Toronto Bicycle Loop Trail. There's one in Midtown Toronto. I guess it includes, don't quote me, but the Beltway. I was just wondering what the opportunities, or if there's an opportunity in Scarborough to have a similar loop trail.
Yes, I do know that there is the Green Loop in the northern part of Scarborough already that is a combination, I think, of some signed sections with trails and on-street bikeways. There's one existing, but I think there are, I would say, more opportunities for additional loops and recreational wayfinding to connect even more of the existing and planned routes if people want to see more loops.
Yeah, because even I'm just thinking of, if we finish the waterfront trail along the bottom, there's bike lanes, my understanding from your presentation, are going on Port Union Road, and then there's Ellesmere or even the Meadowway that, we could connect our loop to another loop.
Certainly. I think Scarborough in particular has a lot of amazing trails as well that I think can set up well for that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, and appreciate all your work, and appreciate the presentation today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Lai, go ahead.
Sorry, I wasn't going to ask a question, but in terms of consultation, I've asked this before. Is it going to be in some of the wards that I have? I think with Councillor Mantis' ward as well. Some Chinese-speaking people, especially on the steels between Midland and McCowan. Are we doing that in Chinese, in some other languages as well?
Just remembered I'm supposed to say through the chair. So through the chair, yes. Our colleagues in the delivery team work very closely with the public consultation unit, and I do believe they tried to provide information in other languages, the materials and opportunities for interpretation whenever desired, requested, or if they see that need. So I would say yes, and we can connect with those project managers who are working on consultation to confirm if that's already being planned or if we need to make that request.
Yeah, and notice this as well. We heard this morning, some of the public consultations on development. Some deputants were saying that, some people don't speak English and they have a language barrier. And I think we should cover those people as well. So in terms of my ward, is Midland and Brimley, that is in the plan. Is that correct?
I believe, through the chair, I believe part of Steeles Avenue is also.
Yeah, Steeles. Well, I just mentioned Steeles. Other than Steeles Avenue, yeah. So, and Huntingwood upgrades, what do you mean by up from Pharmacy to Kennedy?
That's through the chair. That section of Huntingwood has road work scheduled for next year. So when the road work happens, they are bundling an improved design. I don't actually know the details of it, but a new and improved quality design that is bundled with road work in those limits.
Okay, so I think I read it on your presentation. That's the Brimley and Midland as well. They're going to be cycling network as well. So are they going to lose any lanes or any car lanes on that?
Through the chair, the parallel corridors of Midland and Brimley are currently identified for further study. So there haven't been any decisions yet about if there would be vehicle lane removal. A big part of the study would be looking at what those traffic impacts would be should a lane removal be proposed.
So you will be actually doing that as well. As a consultation going on. And have you ever considered Middlefield? Middlefield, a continuation of Huntingwood. Have you considered that one? Because it's a continuation of the cycling network.
Through the chair, yes. I think there have been past intentions on Middlefield. I think a section, I don't know the details of what happened, but I believe a section received edge lines when there was road work happening. In the long-term plan, I think it's still very much on the radar and one that we would take a closer look at again.
Yeah, because sometimes putting Midland and Brimley just one street, I think is too much. For the auto drivers, right? Maybe a few back into the Middlefield. I think will make more sense, and then still and just make it a loop. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lai. Any additional questions of staff? Okay. Speakers on this item? Okay. Seeing none, we will receive the presentation. I have been informed by the clerk that it will be posted online as well if anybody wants to go back and revisit it. Okay. With that, all those in favor of receiving the report, all those opposed, that item carries. Okay. Our next item is 3317. We have two deputants. The first deputant is Andrew
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm just here today on behalf of the applicant. I'm an associate with planning to answer any questions of the committee.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Andrew? Okay, our next deputant is Caitlin Weber. Do we have Caitlin on the line? Okay, Caitlin's not on the line. Any questions of staff?
Sorry, Caitlin.
Sorry, Andrew, we cut you off there. We'll put you back on to say that. You're probably telling us where Caitlin was.
Yeah, sorry about that. Caitlin Weber is a backup. I'm also on Toronto East York Community Council, so she won't.
Okay, great. Questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers to this item. I do have an amendment on behalf of the deputy mayor, who is currently attending an announcement, and it's to increase the notice area to 400 meters. So with that, we can vote on the amendment. All those in favor? All those opposed? The amendment carries. All those in favor, the item as amended, all those in favor? All opposed? That item carries. That brings us to 3318, 3379 to 3385 Lawrence Avenue East zoning amendment. Our first speaker is Andrew Hannaford.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Again, here just to answer questions on behalf of the applicant.
Apologies. Do we have questions for Andrew? Okay, seeing none. Likewise, Caitlin is at East York Community Council. So questions of staff on this item? Seeing none. Speakers on this item? Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will move the recommendations for the preliminary report.
Okay, Councillor Ainsley is moving staff recommendations. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. 3326, we have dispensed with that item. 3332, traffic calming on Cedar Drive. We have speakers. Our first speaker is Ghulam Chowdhury. Thank you. He's just coming to the podium here. You have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Sure.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the opportunity to speak here on Cedar Drive speed bump request. My name is Ghulam Chowdhury. I'm a professional engineer registered with Province of Ontario, and currently I'm working at Ontario Power Generation Pickering Nuclear Station as a technical engineer. First of all, I would like to address the rationale why we need speed bumps on Cedar Drive. In the interest of time, I'm only briefing you all on high-level points. Vehicles often drive 60 to 70 kilometers an hour. I, along with my family members who are present here, have witnessed this many times. It is really easy to get to 60 to 70 kilometers an hour on this street, as the street runs from Dunelm Avenue to Eglinton Avenue, which is 454 meter or half a kilometer long, with only one flashing light at Gatesview and Cedar Drive. And it's worth noting that I have witnessed on numerous times people breaking the flashing light signal and continue driving. This is a shortcut route to get to Markham Avenue from Eglinton Avenue and Kingston Road through Scarborough Golf Club. There is a public school nearby on Gatesview Avenue, which holds a early childhood class for toddlers too. Kids from nearby buildings walk on Cedar Drive to get to that school on Gatesview Avenue. Multiple residents have complained to me that they have had near-miss situations on this street. Residents tend to drive slow on the street while they try to take turn and get into their driveway. People overtake them and create a dangerous traffic situation. I personally have witnessed this same type of situation many times. One time while my 1-year-old nephew was inside the vehicle. The following day, I sent an email to Councillor Paul Anley's office notifying him and his about this incident. Ladies and gentlemen, once Councillor Paul Ansley's office submitted this petition, a survey study was performed on Cedar Drive. And I downloaded and reviewed this document from this webpage, city's webpage, Traffic Calming Cedar Drive. In this document, you can see in page 6 that except one, all criteria met for speed bumps on Cedar Drive. The only criteria did not warrant for speed bumps is the traffic volume. And I have comments. The traffic volume was determined by this survey. I have following comments on this survey. Survey performed on October 19th, 28th, and 21st in 2021. We all know COVID restrictions were in place at that time. Therefore, I can conclusively say with confidence that the result of this survey is not a true reflection of the traffic volume on Cedar Drive, both pre-pandemic and post-pandemic. And to prove that, I have a recorded video from this Tuesday, 28th June, this week, where I recorded 13 vehicles driving on Cedar Drive in a matter of 3 minutes, 5 seconds, which constitutes to 4.33 vehicles per minute, constitutes to 6,240 vehicles per day. Considering that nighttime traffic is low, I calculate only for 12 hours. That comes out to 3,120 vehicles per day, which is way more than 491 vehicles per day that the survey result came out to be. If the council wants, I can record it today even, and I'm confident that it will show similar result. As an engineer, my learning is public safety is the paramount responsibility for all of us. I will continue to speak when I see safety is taking a backseat right. I can predict, feel, and foresight that if no action is taken on this issue, it's a matter of time before an accident occurs and somebody gets hurt. Therefore, I am requesting all of you to approve the installation of speed bumps on Cedar Drive to help us create a safer street, consequently a safer neighborhood. Before I end, I want to thank all of you, especially our councillor, Paul Ansley, and his office for continuously supporting on this issue for the last 2.5 years. Any questions? If not, end of comment.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none. Ghulam, I think we have you registered twice.
No, it's my brother.
It's your brother. Okay,
yeah.
Great. Is he here?
No, he's not here. He'll join online.
Okay, he's online. Okay, we will find them online. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ghulam, are you online? You have 5 minutes. Nazia? Okay, we can do Nazia while we're... Oh, wait, we have him online now, I think. Do we have him online?
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ghulam Haider Chowdhury. I live in 20 Cedar Drive. I've been in this community on this street for the past 6 years. I live here with my wife and my 2 children. I have a 3-year-old son and a 1-year-old son. My children go to the school on the neighboring school for early childhood education. Because we've been in this community for quite a long time, I have a good understanding and good relationship with my neighbors. I know majority of my neighbors. I know the cars that they drive. And there have been many situations where cars that we don't know, we don't recognize, are passing by in front of our street at speeds above the maximum allowed. Perhaps those situations where cars going at 50 kilometers per hour to 60, sometimes even 70. The reason for that is it's an easy route to get from Eglinton to Markham. You just go down Cedar, take a left on Dalham, and you're on Markham. On the end of Cedar is a complex where there's a gym, there is doctor's offices, there's many other facilities, including Metro. It is often seen that people coming from that area go straight on Cedar at high speeds and end up on Markham. It is a very easy shortcut that can be taken. We have noticed multiple times where this is happening, and we encourage the council to take some steps to ensure this doesn't happen by installing a speed bump. This will help reduce the speeds. This will potentially save lives. There have been many incidents in the street of fast car drivers, incidents where they have hit different posts, different cars. You'll see on months that there are police here as well, where there have been accidents due to high speed. I would strongly advise as a father of two, if we can have a speed bump here before an accident happens and someone gets injured. That's all. Thank you very much for hearing me out.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. That's our last deputant on this item, Nazia Salam. I'll give her a minute to come to the podium. You have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, Council. I'm here today to request for speed bump installations on Cedar Drive. I'm a resident and a mother of 2 young children living at 20 Cedar Drive. Today I want to discuss from a personal experience of activities that take place in our neighborhood. We have a school nearby, Cedar Drive Public School, and we also have many daycares in the neighborhood. And many children from our area attend these schools and daycare. Sorry, give me one moment. During rush hour, the number of cars increase on our road, and many drivers are driving at a 50, 60 per kilometer, as high as 70 as well, even though our speed limit is only 30. Over the years, this has been a problem because during rush hour is also the time our school hours end, and we have many children walking on Cedar Drive to get home. Many children walk in group of friends, and they're running, biking, and just being playful as children should be while going home. And seeing so many drivers on the road going at such high speed is very dangerous and very concerning for us. I personally have 2 children myself, and sometimes they're playing in our front yard or driveway, and I feel concerned for my own children, as I will have one of my sons starting school next year, and the children of others in the neighborhood. Another reason the number of cars are increased at rush hour is because we have a Tim Hortons on our street, so everyone's trying to get their dosage of caffeine before or after work. I believe installing speed bumps would really help and force drivers to slow down on Cedar Drive, which would be extremely helpful and make it more safer for our children in our neighborhood. I personally have witnessed children running across the street and cars coming at high speed and pressing their brakes so hard. This shouldn't be happening at a school zone area where we are afraid for our children's safety, because many cars are driving and treating an inside street like it's a major road. I have also witnessed while driving with my children in the back seat that the cars behind me are coming at a high speed, and I purposely have to drive like a snail to force them to slow down, even though they have eyes to see there's numerous children on the street and that I have a baby on board sign back of my car. To end my point, I would like to request speed bumps on our road, as it would really help keep our children and residents safe in the area. I myself am an early childhood educator, and children's health and safety is always #1 priority for me. So please consider my request and help me and my neighbors keep everyone safe. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers to this item? Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a motion that I would like to move to amend the amendment that's the recommendation that's in the report before us today. So basically, I'm asking that Scarborough Community Council approve waiving the polling requirements under the City of Toronto's traffic calming policy and authorize the installation of traffic calming or speed bumps on Cedar Drive, and authorizing the city solicitor to prepare a bylaw to alter the roadway to install 5 speed bumps on Cedar Drive. I want to thank the deputants for coming in today. I know not everybody is familiar with Cedar Drive. I hope the deputants today will help give you an overview. But I would also like to tell my colleagues that residents on Cedar Drive presented a petition which was 3/4 of the houses on Cedar Drive asking for speed bumps or speed humps on Cedar Drive. Also, for a bit of context, there are two roads that run perpendicular to Cedar Drive north of Eglinton, Dunelm Street and Gatesview. And if you go to either Dunelm and Scarborough Golf Club or Gatesview and Scarborough Golf Club, you'll see that there are rush hour turn prohibitions in the morning for people to go on either one of these streets to connect to Cedar Drive down to Eglinton. But on the reverse, cars can go down Cedar Drive to get to either one of these streets in afternoon rush hour, in particular when kids are out of school trying to get home from school, hang out with their friends. The other bit of context I will give is that, and I'm sure it's familiar with all of you, that almost any community meeting or event you go to, somebody is going to come to you and talk about speeding in your ward and the problem around speeding. We cannot get enough police officers to look after all of the speeding. I think we need to look at each and every other alternative mechanism that we can to reduce speeding. And in this case, it's speed humps. So I would ask for my colleagues' support for this motion. And once again, I would like to thank the deputants that came here today and also the residents that organized and submitted the petition to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any additional speakers on the item? Councillor Crawford, go ahead.
I want to thank Councillor Ainsley for the work that he's doing in bringing this forward. I was actually on Cedar Drive 2 days ago. It was part of my ward before the amalgamation. So I do recognize the challenges that are on that street and in the other two side streets. And then the whole issue of safety, and I think Councillor Ainsley brought it right home. When we're looking at the challenges we have across the city in our areas, especially in Scarborough, safety seems to be always at the top. And when you look at the agenda of Community Council today, you'll see many initiatives. I had a few, of course. I think all of us had a number of initiatives that really looked at safety and keeping streets safe. And there's a number of different ways we can look at street calming. They've determined that the speed humps are appropriate for Cedar Drive. Now, speed humps aren't appropriate everywhere. I've had those conversations with people in my area as well, but sometimes you need them. And I think this is an example of where you will need speed humps. And we'll remind my colleagues and everyone who's listening, we just approved a very large development on Dunelm at Markham Road, and I think upwards of over 800 units. That is going to bring more traffic to Cedar Drive in that area. So I think this is a good opportunity to really look forward or moving forward on something that's going to be important for the community. So I'll definitely support the speed hump motion.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Okay, 3336, traffic calming on Keeler Boulevard. I believe our deputant did leave, so I'll just double check that he's not online. Do we have Miroslav online? No. Okay. So there's no speakers on this item. So are there any questions of staff? Okay, speakers on this item. Councillor Ainsley, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will move the recommendation in the report.
Okay, Councillor Ainsley's moving staff recommendations. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. SC 3338, this deputant was also present earlier. I will check, are they online? Do we have Jamal Myers online? We do. Okay. Jamal, are you online? You have 5 minutes.
Thanks. Can I share my screen?
They're working on that.
Great. So good morning. So this is just a picture of the Boulevard, Nielsen Boulevard. So good morning, members of the Scarborough Community Council. My name is Jamal Myers, and I've been a resident of the Seven Oaks community for 4 years, and my family has lived in this community since 1969. I'm here today to speak strongly in support of installing traffic control signals at the north end of Nielsen Road and Oak Meadow Boulevard. I would also like to thank Paul Ainsley for his leadership on this issue. The City of Toronto's Vision Zero strategy says that Toronto is committed to Vision Zero and accepts its fundamental message Fatalities and serious injuries on our roads are preventable, and we must strive to reduce traffic-related deaths and injuries to zero. If the fact that staff recommended against installing a crosswalk makes clear that this is simply not true. For if Toronto was serious about reducing pedestrian deaths and injuries to zero, how could it explain recommending against putting traffic control signals on an arterial road where 83% of serious or fatal collisions occur, on a stretch of Nielsen leading to the 401 where cars routinely go over the 50-kilometer-per-hour speed limit when getting on and off the highway, and in a part of the city that suffers from the highest rates of pedestrian deaths? According to the latest statistics, 12 out of 27, or 44% of the 2021 pedestrian deaths in Toronto were in Scarborough, despite Scarborough being only 23% of Toronto's population. Nielsen, as I just shown, is a 4-lane road with a speed limit of 50 kilometers per hour, where 24,000 cars pass daily. Seven Oaks residents must walk 15 meters to cross Nielsen to either get to the 133 Nielsen bus on the east side or walk west when they're returning home. The closest crosswalks are 220 meters to the north and 170 meters to the south. According to the city, these and other numbers do not justify a crosswalk. But we must remember that numbers sometimes do not tell the full story. For example, what if you were blind? You couldn't safely cross Nielsen because you wouldn't be able to safely judge the gaps in traffic. What if you were in a wheelchair? You also couldn't safely cross Nielsen eastward because you wouldn't be able to get over the curb. What if you were a senior? You'd likely conclude that you couldn't cross Nielsen due to the speed and traffic volume. And if you're a young child, let's be honest, no parent would allow their kid to cross Nielsen without a crosswalk. All of these people, disabled, old, and young, are part of the Seven Oaks community. So why is the city recommending that they must travel an extra 170 meters at a minimum to safely use the bus in their area? This is not equitable. Please keep in mind that this additional walk can be accompanied by severe wind, heavy rain, extreme heat, and snow and/or ice. I know this from personal experience, as my grandmother, with whom I lived with, often expressed her frustration that she couldn't use this bus stop to get to her doctors in Malvern despite living in this house since 1969. Forcing seniors, children, and people with disabilities to walk longer for a bus stop than for no other reason than they are seniors, children, and people with disabilities is inequitable, short-sighted, and contrary to the city's human rights policy, which seeks to ensure ethical and respectful services that incorporate equitable treatment for all residents and recipients of municipal services to create a climate of understanding and mutual respect where each person feels a part of the community and is able to contribute fully to the development and well-being of the City of Toronto. In the report, city staff make no effort to analyze how seniors, people with disabilities, or children are affected by the lack of a crosswalk. It's time we prioritize the health, well-being, and safety of all members of the Seven Oaks community and install a crosswalk at Nielsen and Oak Meadow. It's also time that we adopt the True Vision Zero strategy and require all traffic control reports for pedestrian crossings to analyze the impacts of seniors, children, and people with disabilities. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. And I forgot to start your timer, but thank you, because I think you still kept on time. So I appreciate that. Any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, questions of staff. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to staff. So one of the reasons for not putting the signals in here, or traffic signals, is they were not warranted. And my understanding from the chart, so minimum vehicle volume 20%, delayed across traffic 60%, collision hazard 27%, and that one of these have to be 100% satisfied. I was just wondering, how old are these warrants that we follow for something like this? Does anybody know, or? Sorry, Madam Chair, I'm not hearing anything.
So we are having difficulties. Dan, you're not unmuted.
Through the chair, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Now I can.
My apologies. My sincerest apologies for that.
That happens. No big deal.
Yes. Through the chair, yes, the warrants are fairly recent, and they are current. So the numeric warrants that we do use are from the Ontario Traffic Manual Book 12, which was updated fairly recently. So they are fairly up to date. And as the deputant noted, there are other contextual considerations that we do use. So as part of our recent Vision Zero road safety report, i.e. 6.8, we did look specifically at all of the traffic warrants that we use. So there are what we call contextual considerations that we look at in addition to the numeric values outlined in the report.
Okay. And then one of the other at this intersection, so there's TTC stops on the southeast corner and the northeast corner. It's more or less inviting people to jaywalk across a road that has a recorded two-way traffic volume of 24,000 vehicles, does it not?
Through the chair, I would suggest that it's not jaywalking. I mean, it's not illegal to cross mid-block. Pedestrians would have to wait for a gap in traffic, and if they feel unsafe doing so, then yes, they could cross at the adjacent controlled crossing.
Okay, and is there some reason why when this was you put in bus stops on each side, so you're inviting mid-block crossings, why we would not have a crosswalk there? A signalized intersection like we have it at the other end of Oak Meadow and Nielsen.
Through the chair, so our division, we don't determine the location of transit stops. The TTC does. My understanding is that their current policy is that they would put their stops at controlled crossings. Obviously, these have been in place for many years and likely predated their current policy. So if they were looking at it today using today's standards, they would not be put there. They would relocate them to a controlled crossing.
Okay. And then, Dan, using today's standards for Vision Zero, the closest adjacent traffic control signals are 220 meters to the north and 170 meters to the south. Do those meet the Vision Zero requirements of what we would need on Nielsen Road?
We typically look at, I think the Ontario Traffic Manual specifies 200 meters minimum between controlled crossings. So the 170 is slightly under that threshold.
Okay, and the 220 is slightly above it.
That is correct, yes.
Yeah, okay, all right. Okay, thank you, Dan. Those are my questions. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Any additional questions? Okay, speakers on this item. Go ahead, Councillor Ainsley.
So, Madam Chair, I do have a motion that I would like to move. I'm actually asking that this item be deferred.
Was he breaking up there? Sorry, can you just say that again?
Yep, so I do have a motion, Madam Chair, that I would like to move. So I have reached out to a lot of people in the community. This all-way traffic control signal originally and came to me from a resident that lived in the area. I was told that there was going to be a petition forthcoming from area residents in support of it, which I have not yet seen. I have spoken with the local community association about it. They seem to be divided about it. Area residents as on a whole seem to be divided about it. So I would like to move a motion to defer this item so that I could have a formal community meeting to discuss it and what residents would like to see done in terms of traffic control and speed restrictions on Nielsen Road. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ainsley is moving deferral of this item. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Okay, our last item before the bylaws is the memorial for Grant Faulkner. And we have one speaker, Sarah Rehu. Do we have Sarah on the line? And then can I just confirm we don't have Miroslav? correct? Okay, Sarah, you are our last speaker of the day, and you have 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate being a speaker, the first speaker, the last speaker. I appreciate both ways. And I wanted to thank the chair as well as the counselors for listening and for your consideration. I'm just going to double check because I am using headphones. Y'all can hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. So again, my name is Sarah, and I'm a clinical researcher specializing in burn injuries. And one of my areas of interest includes burn prevention. So Mr. Grant Faulkner died a very tragic and preventable death, which led to a coroner's inquest and 35 jury recommendations, one of which was to create a memorial in his honor. As the coroner said, the jury strongly felt that the tragic circumstances of Mr. Faulkner's death warranted a memorial. 2 people who recently died in encampment fires include Adam Robinson on May 1st, 2020, and another gentleman, Gordon, we only know his first name, who died on February 17th, 2021. Society seems to put a different valuation on people's lives. It seems that unhoused people's lives are somehow worth less. This tribute is one way that the city can show that unhoused people aren't disposable. Grant died more than 7 years ago, and this small action by the city is long overdue. In no way does this absolve the many failures that are happening citywide that led to Mr. Faulkner's death, but it is a start. This memorial is to remember Grant Faulkner. It is also for people to remember how he died, think about why he died, and importantly, how to prevent that from happening to someone else. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Sarah. Any speakers to this item? Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a motion that I would like to add as a recommendation or amend the recommendations before us. So it's on the screen. So number 1 is amended. It's a technical amendment. The Scarborough Community Council request, and I've added the General Manager, Economic Development and Culture in consideration as we look for an appropriate permanent memorial in Scarborough to honor Mr. Faulkner's passing. And the second amendment I would like to move is request the General Manager, Economic Development and Culture, in consultation with the General Manager, Parks, Forestry and Recreation, to consider city-owned land on the northeast corner of Markham Road and Stephenwood Road as an appropriate location for a memorial parkette to honor Mr. Faulkner's passing. As the deputant mentioned, Mr. Faulkner unfortunately passed away. What was official cause of death was smoke inhalation in a wooden shelter at the back of an industrial lot, which also happened to be in my ward. So I've done a large amount of work, not because of Mr. Faulkner's passing, but trying to recognize that we need to find a way to assist those people that are homeless on our streets, including pushing for a coordinated data collection on the cause of death of homeless people in the city of Toronto, and also working at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to also review data collection on a nationwide basis for homeless deaths across this country as we try to grapple with this problem. But I do think that having the city-owned piece of land on Markham Road at Stephenwood would be an appropriate, highly visible location for a parkette named in Mr. Faulkner's honor, and I would ask for my colleagues' support of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Any additional speakers to this item? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. We now have the bylaws and bills.
Thank you very much, everyone.
The first one is that Scarborough Community Council pass and declare as a bylaw bills 652 to 660 and 744 to 746 prepared for the June 30th, 2022 meeting 33 of Community Council. Councillor Mantis, would you like to move that? Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. The second is that Scarborough Community Council pass and declare as a bylaw a confirmatory bill to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Scarborough Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 33 on June 30th, 2022. Councilor Ainsley, I saw your hand up on the last one. I missed you. So Councilor Ainsley is going to move that. All those in favor? All those opposed? That is a wrap on the last Scarborough Community Council of term. Thank you so much, everybody, for all your great work in the past term. Thanks.
Great job, Madam Chair, and thank you to all the clerk staff and the IT staff and city staff that are there.
Great job to everyone.
Yeah.
I echo that. Thank you to the clerk,
And
all their
have a
staff.
good day.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks all.
Thanks, everybody.